All right, there we are. Oh, and now we're live. Things actually starting to get relatively quick. All right. Well, first time in a long time getting to actually stream, and well, we'll get some introductions. Let me get that up. All right, for those of you guys that know me, John Pepe from Kakistan Backland series, and got a good buddy of mine I need to talk to in a long time. Optimus Christ. Introduce yourself, buddy.
I am Optimus Christ because Jesus can't turn into a truck. Lick my whole ass, not my asshole.
You have to be specific. That there are a lot of people that are a bunch of sick fuckers. They'll want to actually get into your butt. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about them, but
Hey, look, I mean, if you're looking to court me, you buy me dinner first. Fuck it.
dates before butthole. All right, duly noted.
And goddamn it, it's not going to be burritos.
Yeah, that was funny as hell. Yeah, you're waiting on your burritos. You're absolutely sloshed on your mind. You're just chomping. These taste really good, and then you start to sober up, and you're like, these actually.
I don't know if it's the alcohol or not, but these taste pretty good. 15 minutes later, I take back everything I said.
That was funny as shit. Here I am digging around for this, screaming about, God, these real burritos, and I'm like, dude, where the fuck did you get those burritos from? Just singing their praises.
Right.
Fucking hysterical. Hell, anyways, got a handful of topics for shit that's going on in that. And, oh boy, it's just, there's a lot of shit to cover because it's been a while since I've actually had the off. I did get the green screen. I just still haven't gotten the full license to the actual shit. Get that all set up. Limited here on space, but, you know, it happens. Now, all right, so let's see here. What else should we get into? We got a couple. Well, it was almost about a month we did our last stream, and it's, oh boy. I used to do this all the time, Optimus, where I'd go and talk about just all the massive crime rate and stuff. Like, we actually have a dedicated website that on a bi-daily basis actually updates the active crime stats for the city of Chicago. Shooting, stabbing, carjacking. They're even tracking the infection that's going on. Ooh, God forbid you call it what it actually is, because stupid YouTube robots that they tend to give people hard time. Fuck off. I don't know. But it's actually hysterical. Let me show you some of the hilarity that they have.
I like alcohol. Does that fit in there somewhere?
That might actually. Let me actually go check it out. They've got. Actually, no, regrettably, it does not look like they have that as a listed cause of death. Although I guess you could wrap it into obesity. Here, why don't we get into that? Let me share a screen here. This is to be some entertaining shit. At least I think it's absolutely. But I actually do. It's been a long time since I've actually done some of this shit, so trust me.
Got back up on that horse already.
Yeah, I know, I'm all like pushing buttons. I can't remember how to do the thing. Yep. Oh, there's the button. Jesus Christ. Right in fucking.
Now, is everyone watching me play the game as well? Or?
Yes.
Oh. Well.
You wanna introduce the game a little bit before I actually share screen share? Because I don't want to like fuck up the groove if you're in the middle of killing.
Oh no, I'm not in the middle of killing something yet. So this game is DayZ. It came out when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. And so basically, all you do is you take stuff like this, you stick them up zombies' butts, you hit them with a hammer, and they go explode. No, I'm just kidding. So it's a survival zombie game, right? And the thing is, I'm not even going to go to how it originated because it's Karen right here wants to speak with my manager. Don't worry, I social distance her ass.
How progressive.
So basically, Daisy standalone, women's suit jacket. Yeah. Mad Monk Kvass. So apparently that's a mock-off of a Russian beer. Whole setting is in Russia.
Oh, no way. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, cool shit.
You got Dubrovka, you got Branzino, you got different places. Like, I mean, you can clearly tell with the way that these concrete houses are held up. Where is this fucking place? It's in fucking Russia.
Yeah, looks like a dilapidated Soviet ship. Sure it's not Poland?
There you go, Russia.
There's
a place where there's a fucking torn apart ship, and there's two. Look, right here.
Oh, yeah, that's acrylic. Yeah, that's Russian. That's Russian or Ukrainian. Oh, not bad.
So basically, here's your inventory. Apparently, deep baked beans, because they even have like the Pepsi knockoff of Pepsi, just to make it funny. And apparently, my character doesn't like the fucking cold. Oh, fucking man up!
They have Coca-Cola because they actually had Coca-Cola in the Soviet Union back in the day. They should have that.
They have the mock off for Coca-Cola. I forget the name of it, but the thing is, because of trademark stuff, they couldn't use the name Coca-Cola or Pepsi. So they did Pepsi and something else with Coca-Cola.
Soviet Cola. It helped you hydrate so long.
In Soviet Russia, trademark owns you.
Yes, so. Oh, hysterical.
Yeah, I remember back in '86, this used to be a school.
Oh, funny shit. All right.
I hear them. Where are they at?
I don't know. We were finding the zombies, though. I'll entertain a couple people with dead bodies we got in Iraq.
I like dead bodies.
Oh, you're gonna love this shit. Cheers. Cheers. Tires. Boom. Okay, so this is something all the time. We used to do our regular streams when we didn't have like actual life interfering with us. So here's how everything was in July. And as you can see here, we did fantastic. Look at this. We had 94 people that were shot and killed. That's a 135% increase last year. Wounded, holy shit, we did more than double. 400, almost 500 people. That's a 74% increase, or considerably less. You know. Oh, here's where I'm. Yeah. Total people who have been shot 592. They're up 81% from last year, and overall homicide only 105. Would have expected a little bit more because July was fucking. But yeah. We're apparently up 33%. Are shot and killed, the homicide ratio. 1st of August looks like we already got. They're being pinned. They're including the past end of July into August. I guess they mustn't have the concrete numbers for August as of yet. They'll probably update it within days. Out of the 14, chances are there's probably only about 2 that have actually been killed as of today, 2 or 3. Total people have been shot, roughly around 60, give or take. Shot and wounded, little around 40 probably, and shot and killed. There's at least 4 or 5 that were just killed, within today or the past couple days. Because first of the month, they love getting that body. Here's the funny shit that I wanted to show you. Here, let me zoom this in. Here's the now you remember that conspiracy they were talking about where they were actually including alternative deaths in with the statistics? Well, they've actually been able to separate those here. We've apparently in the city of Chicago had like 105,490 as of oof, God, they're way behind. March, damn, gotta update their numbers. But apparently, around March 6th, this is where the numbers were at. And we had about 407 people who died from high-speed infested lead. Absolutely hysterical.
High-speed lead.
Yeah. High-speed lead. They're just like, oh no, it's totally the virus. It's totally the virus. Bullshit.
This is my boomstick.
Literally. Here's my other favorite one, which I find actually hysterical. Here's like the literal breakdown. Notice what they put in for diet. Now, these regrettably are also a little bit behind. They've been a little lacking on this because, from what I understand, it's been a little difficult for them to kind of sift through the information. They are a little bit behind. But as far as, like, let's say this was like a regular pie chart of 100, here's how it breaks down. Got almost 20% of people dying. Diabetes. Got
diabetes.
Quite literally, diabetes.
Remember, kids, get your diabetes and diabetes testing supplies at 1-888 fuck off.
And they've got a little under 30%, 28.7%. So just about 29% roughly heart disease.
Heart disease.
Yes, heart disease.
Looks like they didn't make enough connections of the heart, and then it pulled their heart apart. So that's a disease.
Yeah, they've got just about 20% roughly from high blood pressure.
Wait, so how many from you said kidney disease?
About 20.6 is high blood pressure, 28.7 heart, 19.8 is diabetes. And diabetes infestation.
Wow. And that's the thing. The first response you're going to hear from the diabetes group is the whole, well, they're charging us out the ass for insulin. It's like, it's called, supply and demand. You're the one that was responsible for the choices you made getting that place. And now you want the government to cater to you, but yet you're the first one to go around running rah, fuck the government. I'm, carrying a rebel flag and all that shit. But yet you're expecting, them to lower the prices of pharmaceutical companies who just happen to capitalize on your fat habits.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of fat habits, that's the next one. 21.8% for obesity.
Wait, who did what with who for how many cookies?
Wouldn't the CPD love to know? Because I think they're sitting there looking at these fat people wondering that exact same thing.
Well, see, that's the thing. I smoke as well. So in the future, I will have COPD.
Uh-oh. Comically enough, we have COPD on that list.
But see, I'm okay with it because, I don't want to kill myself right off. So I figured I'd do it slowly.
A few funny ones that have made this list is got dementia. It is 13% for dementia. That I think is actually scary. Had 445 cases of it. 13% of it.
Well, that's the $1 million question. Did they forget that they died?
Yeah, 13% of people forgot that they kicked the bucket and have registered as Democrats, as well as the cat.
They have registered as Democrats, yeah. And
Yeah.
and they said that they will be doing mail-in ballots.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's terrible. That one I'm not going to bother putting up news for because if people don't know about it, they're already dumb because it's everywhere. Every other motherfucker I've ran into is talking about it. Now I don't know.
I swear, if I see a mail-in ballot from my mom, because she passed away, heart attack in middle of May.
Oof.
If I see a mail-in ballot from her, guess what? I will personally and solo take on the fucking government and whoever decides to try and do that mail-in ballot. Like their lives are mine. They will forfeit their life.
Damn, don't get them. Now, I don't know what the hell this is. Hyperlipidemia? Never heard of that. No idea what the hell that is. That's a little under 9%. And apparently people have died from hypertension, and that's nearly 50%. I don't know how that happens. That's weird. I don't know.
I always, because I saw cancer there, and I always remarked on the whole, we'll find a cure for cancer. It is statistically impossible to find a cure because cancer, the definition is mutated cells, right?
Yep.
That happen to go against the body. Cells mutate all the time. The reason why people get cancer is because the body rejects those cells that are mutated and they accumulate to form a mess, which is cancerous and detrimental to their health. Thing is, you're never going to fucking find a cure for cancer because cells mutate all the fucking time.
Never thought about it.
You cut out there. What'd you say?
That's come to think of it, that actually does. I never did consider that. Now here's where we got a couple funnies for you. Now, if you'll see here on this map, we've got a whole bunch of dots all over the place. All of these are gun crimes, homicides. Whole bunch of homicides, except for the black stars. Those are police-involved incidents. And typically, all of these little homicides around here, all these dots, except for this green one over here, that one's self-defense. All the rest of these, oh yeah, and that green one over there, that one's also self-defense. But all of these are usually, more often than not, shootings. Oh! Well, now I know what happened with my neighbor. This one right over here, where it says east side, yeah. I think this upper half here is the neighborhood I'm living in, because they basically took us off the map, technically speaking, because Hegwish only had one shooting a year on average. So they basically just merged us in with the east side because we're more or less the same neighborhood, and then the neighbors over in the south here and get a handful. Pullman's actually pretty quiet for this time here. Riverdale's about on track. South and South Shore, yeah, that's about average. Kind of surprised, like we've got a nice clusterfuck between Chatham, Grand Crossing, and Avalon Park. That normally always happens like right up here between Garfield Park and Austin. They just crisscross all over here and just violently start killing each other. And I think someone just arrived. Give me 1 second here. I'll go back to this map in 1 second. I think we got someone who just stopped in.
Okay.
Hey guys, what's going on? Was that a storm track?
No, that was technically, it was a murder track.
It was a murder track.
Yeah,
I knew if I met
you enough times, Yuden Dragon Yuden, you'd actually appear.
Well, you said it 3 times.
Did I actually say it 3 times?
My internet kind of crashed, so I got annoyed with Discord, closed that off, and just started listening to an arbitrary other thing and kind of forgot it was getting ready to go to sleep, and I'm like, oh, this is happening.
Yeah, I did actually send it to you 3 times. I literally did Beetlejuice.
It's showtime.
Alright.
It's showtime.
Alright, let me get back to that map. Really, oh yeah, he's pretty good with impersonations. Optimus, this is Memes. Memes, this is Optimus Christ.
He doesn't know.
Hail, Optimus.
We work together.
Oh! I didn't know that.
Did you?
No, I had no idea. Cool. Now, is he in with the NewsQuest thing?
What?
Yep.
He is a back-end Autobot.
Oh, nice. Oh,
Well,
so
technically,
Optimus. Oh, okay. So I seen Optimus. I did see you in the NewsQuest server, but I didn't know like what role you were playing with that. Awesome.
I do the hanky panky stuff.
Okay, I will have to adjust the description then to put it that both of our guests were from NewsQuest. Then, all right, cool, most excellent.
So, murder?
Murder everywhere. Murder without a care, my friend.
Is that Florida?
No, this is Chicago, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, here's where I
that's
live.
you. That's your. Oh, jeez, man.
Yeah, here's where I live. They technically just merged us in with East Side because, on average, Hegewisch for a while only had one shooting a year, so they decided, yeah, you guys are on the Southeast Side, so fuck it, slap. They just merged us in over here. So I now know what happened to my neighbor. I guess he shot one of the assholes that were involved in the drive-by, so I owe him a beer for that. And then we have one general homicide over here. And then South Shore and just South Chicago in general, they're about on average. You've got homicides and double homicides. The blue circles are double homicides. The red ones are triple homicides. The black stars are police-involved incidents, which more often than not are shootings. And green ones are self-defense. And we've got 1, 2, 3. I could have swore I seen a fourth green one. Let me know if you see it on here. I could have swore there was about 4.
How long is this over a period of time?
Oh, since January. Dude, this is normal.
That raises a whole other number of questions.
Yeah, like look over here. Garfield Park, Austin, Hubble Park, North Lawndale, Little Village. Boom, 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 boom. Give it about 3 months, Austin will be completely black, which means it'll have 50 or more homicides. Same with Garfield Park. Because gray means about 25 or more, red means 10 or more, black means 50 or more, yellow is 10 or more, give or take. 5 or more, give or take, is like for these ones over here, where it's like the dark blue. And the light blue is 0, nothing. And the reason why there's 0 over here is because that's usually where O'Hare is at, roughly.
Now, please tell me it just had this happenstance that the black area is surrounding is just a border and not the sheer fact that so many people have died.
Oh no, yeah, that actually is the border. This
Okay.
is homage to Cthulhu.
Just well, whatever it might be. I'm just looking at that. And I'm seeing like, okay, there are some black spots kind of blacked out there, but I'm like, is it blacked out because there's 50 plus homicides or?
No, thankfully the areas outside of Chicago aren't complete murder zones. No, but your prime murder zones are Austin, Garfield Park, and Inglewood. Inglewood is the most famous one, but it's not the most violent. On average, normally Austin is the most violent, which is your northeast side over here.
How are the firearms laws and stuff over there in Chicago?
Strict as fuck. You kidding me? You need to be a non-felon with a clean record, aside from like, speeding tickets and small stuff like that, like municipal fines and all that. So long as you basically don't have any major misdemeanors and no felonies, you can apply in the state of Illinois for a FOID card, which means you are allowed to own a firearm. If you do not have a FOID card, you cannot own a firearm. And within the city of Chicago, there are several limitations on firearms, which in a second I can explain that with the prop gun, because I always love doing that because that's always a fun thing to troll people. Now, if you apply for concealed and carry, you're allowed to carry within the entire state of Illinois and Chicago, but there are also restrictions for that as well as far as firearms that you can own. So, like, let's say here, for example, like you're in these two neighborhoods over here, Austin and Garfield. Now, in order to get a concealed carry, you actually have to go to a class. You have to pay anywhere from like $100 to $300 for like a 2-day class, where you basically learn the essentials of this is what Illinois law says. Give us our money. Don't commit a fucking felony, or your ass is mine.
It's a firearms training course. I took one back in the day over here. And I also heard, depending on which area you're at, like in order for the local police department, which usually handles the distribution of licenses to carry, that, again, this is just hearsay, but I've heard through folks that literally you need to be the victim of a violent crime in order to actually get like a Class A all lawful.
It's all fucked up.
That's the, and this is, well, because I had an interesting conversation with somebody else earlier, and they happen to live in Kansas, and they're like, as far as these United States go, it's the second lowest in crime. It also has the second, like, strongest, I think it's behind Montana as far as firearms things go. Basically, it's generally assumed that most folks in Kansas are armed, and basically, if you start somebody and somebody starts coming after you, like, in an aggressive manner, if it's assumed that you're armed, then it's a stand your ground state, then you can basically, according to the matrix of escalation, it's like, it sounds like in Kansas, you don't start nothing, you don't get nothing. If you start something, or especially if you happen to be up from out of state and you get drunk, you start a fight, there's a good chance you might not walk away from that situation there, which does have its own particular issues in that there end up being a lot of basically quote-unquote justifiable homicides and stuff like that as well. So you have your own issues there. But then again, with those crime statistics, I also try to factor in, I'm like, okay, Kansas and Montana, again, based upon more than what I know, as far as population density, probably aren't quite as high as like Illinois.
Yeah, most of our population density, I think, is within the city itself. But essentially, as far as like lawful use of a weapon in that, which is like these little green dots here, even if you do wind up using it in self-defense, you need a good lawyer, or you need like the Conceal and Carry Association in order to be able to hopefully keep your gun. When you're involved in any form of a shooting whatsoever, even if you are just the dude getting shot at, you don't use your firearm, you may, in general, lose your gun when you have to call the police. Illinois is prone to disarm the shit out of you because we want you to be a dead body. You know, like that's like pretty much everyone around the board basically says some variation of that.
Is that what folks want to happen, or do you believe that that's more of perhaps an effect of something else at play here, or I hear what you're saying, but I think in a lot of folks maybe the
control.
I do not want to subscribe to that notion. Would it necessarily surprise me if there were some out there that necessarily believe that? No, unfortunately it wouldn't. But at the same time, I happen to generally think that a lot of folks that, especially maybe if they don't necessarily look into something, or maybe they're just a lot smarter than I am, they're kind of just like, oh, well, if guns cause people to lose their lives, then if we just get rid of all the guns, we won't have to worry about that, except like these are the United States, and, well, I don't know, other states kind of have it, and I thought a lot of the issues in the stuff in Chicago was for illegal out-of-state firearms.
Oh, they had the whole, you get guns in Indiana to kill people. Yeah, they are strict on that, but these people aren't going to Indiana to get their firearms because Indiana has gotten very strict with their gun laws, so that people who are Illinois residents, let alone criminals, cannot buy from Indiana at all. It's nearly impossible. Where most people get their firearms is just general black market. Because it's difficult in Illinois to get a legal firearm, especially since you have a 2 to 3 day waiting period. People just say fuck it, and they go to Ivanhoff to get a Kalashnikov like this, and then boom, problem solved. Have a gun.
Doesn't that add additional dynamics? Because like anything, if you're going to make it illegal, you're going to create a black market for it. And then if you're dealing with firearms, if that's the situation, at least if it was registered and everything, you have a way to actually trace it back to the person that was firing the round, or at least who that firearm was licensed to, which I don't know. That, I mean, I tend to be of the mind that first plus second make us free. And again, I understand, like, an armed society tends to be a more polite society as well. But at the same time, you just see what's going on in Chicago, and you're like, well, what the hell do we do?
Yeah, because here's, to answer a handful of it with a pie chart, here's how it cracks down. General gunshots, 91.4%. That's what it is for homicides. These aren't cases. These are people who are actually dead. And just under 5% are from stabbing and stabbings, like people just going with knives or regular bladed objects. And then a little under 3% are from blunt force trauma. So like people like punching or getting a brick or getting a stick or getting fat or something. And then everything else past that, like strangling, auto accidents, child abuse, thankfully they still kept, because that does occasionally happen, but it is far and few, are next to nothing.
Right. But you see how like the initial reaction is if you're seeing that like 95% of your homicides are coming from gunshots.
Yeah.
Just a lot of folks' natural inclination is, oh my God, we need to stop this, so let's get rid of the firearms.
Yeah, and that's quite literally because of that, we have this. Not kidding. That is your direct cause and effect. Because how it works is the more you regulate firearms, the more criminals go to the black market. And when your criminals go to the black market, the citizens have to go through extra chutes and ladders and loops to go and lawfully get a handgun or a rifle or any form of firearm. And that's why you only have only 3 self-defense cases, because, they're very avid with, we don't want anyone having guns at all, because, government can and will prevent them as best as they can by just, making it a hard time for everyone across the board, more or less. And to even paint it into a darker picture, here's usually how it breaks down as far as the people that wind up being involved in all these criminal incidences.
So based upon that other chart that you had there, are there certain areas that are experiencing more violence than others? Like,
yes.
Would you say it falls more within more affluent communities or communities that maybe aren't doing quite as hot as some other places?
I can break that down with a few that I know of. Here, let me get this one back up, because this is the one I think you're referring to, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, here's what I know about Austin. You've got a lot of gangs in this area, and most of them are black and Hispanic. Hubble Park, they've got a bit of black gangs and a handful of other ethnic gangs that I don't know too much about. In Garfield Park, from what I know, it's just not a nice area in general. So that's why these 3 are such a mess. Now, Inglewood over here, the reason why this one is such a literal shithole is because this neighborhood is downright gutted. It's a literal black ghetto. On my mom's side of the family, they used to actually be from East Inglewood, because it used to actually be, in a good chunk of the area, a predominant working class Irish neighborhood. And regulations kicked in, the flight kicked in, and they decided to start moving in Section 8 and regentrification. And when that happened, boom, 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 you wound up having it like this in about 20, 30 years. And as far as like South Shore, they pretty much had the same thing. But the problem with South Shore is this is the common problem with everywhere from like East Side to here, and even to a degree like South Deering and Pullman, is like in Pullman, you used to have steel mills. People from Deering would go to Pullman for the steel mills, and from the east side over in Hagwich, we had steel mills as well. And basically in this whole shape here, we had actual production. We had steel, we had iron, we had a lot of work in that area that was very industrial. And between the 60s and the 70s, they just shut all that shit down. And then over here and over here and around here became okay. But for all intents and purposes, like Pullman's like east and west. There's a decent side, and then like over on the east side, it's all gutted as shit and it's ghetto looking. It's, for all intents and purposes, it looks dilapidated, but you've only got a couple occasional gang scuffles and so on, from what I understand.
Well, just what you're kind of describing kind of describes part of kind of like area over here. We have like Roxbury. It's like part of it's really nice, dude. I went into like this place, wasn't that fancy on the outside. It's an amazing freaking like luxury like condo and stuff like that. It was amazing. And then another part of town, you know what? It doesn't seem to be doing quite as hot and everything. And it's just a lot of that economic disparity. I mean, it ends up being a self-fulfilling prophecy in some ways, and that some folks, it's like, given technology and or whatever they're doing, it's like, yeah, they're able to continue to grow and stuff like that. But other folks, like you're saying, if a lot of their family's history and what they kind of grew up in was like American industrial manufacturing stuff, like good paying blue collar jobs and stuff, if that opportunity ain't around and everything, I mean, people are going to do what they need to do to survive. And unfortunately, it's like, especially if you start getting violence and stuff in areas and everything, people are going to adapt because people want to they're going to try to survive, man. And it's like, it's terrible, man. We gotta help address this, dude. People are losing their lives and livelihoods, and yeah, I'm gonna go right back to think of the children and stuff. What happens when you're growing up in this? What happens when you're growing up in this? You're saying this is an average year in Chicago, plus you have a freaking plague and shit going around. It's like,
yeah, high-speed lead plague. I'll show you that chart in a minute here, because I was going over that with Optimus. Yeah, this neighborhood, Roseland, that's right next door to me. I know it's like here to there. It looks odd, but literally, I go on 130th, and I go like I'm going towards Blue Island. Boom, Roseland is right there, cuts right through there. You know, just on the ass end of it. It's hysterical. But yeah, Roseland has whole sections of nice looking Section 8 communities that you can go to, and a handful of apartments and stuff. And it's a black gang owned and run as far as I'm aware. Now, other areas where we're going to pull up on the north side here, like the Loop, near South Side, Bridgeport, and let's see here, what else? Let's see, Rogers Park. Yeah, Rogers Park, because I don't see Pullman over here. I guess Pullman doesn't have too many, so thank God, lucky them. Yeah, when you get up on the north side here, these are usually the nicer areas. The only reason why Austin and Humboldt Park and Westtown and that are, you know, shitty is, as it says here, near north side. You're not into the completely rich areas. You're like right on the border. Like for me, I consider like the Loop and a handful of these areas over here to be like the gray area between north and south. Because I'm normally all over a handful of these neighborhoods here on the south side. You know, I very rarely ever go up to the north side. You know, just, you know, they put ketchup on their hot dogs up here. We put mustard on our hot dogs down here, and we avoid each other. Or else this happens more often than not.
See, I prefer mustard, ketchup, and relish on my hot dogs.
You'd get along with the guys up here because, comically enough, when you go to the ballparks, especially like near the north side and that, or even at Sox Park, they'll usually do that because that's like the staple. You know, they really don't care even if you're like, for example, wearing a Sox jersey and you've got the Southside Irish shirt on underneath and all that stuff, they'll still give you the same dog. Unless you ask, hey, can I only have mustard? You know, same thing if you're, you know, a Cubs fan and that, you know, you've got the north side, throw a darty here, fuck it, we'll go with Pilsen. You know, north side Chicanos or something. You know, do the same thing. You know, they'll still give you mustard on the dog unless you say, hey, I just want ketchup. You know, because that's just common staple.
Now, where's Wrigley Field?
Wrigley would be just about, let's see here. If I remember correctly, it should be right around here, roughly. Give or take, because here's downtown, and to go near the north side, and it's not in any of these neighborhoods, I know for certain. It's definitely not anywhere over here. You know, North Center, I don't know what the hell that is. Pretty sure it's not over there. It's definitely not in Lakeview and Edgewater and all that. But it's just outside the Loop. Unless, God forbid, it's actually in this comical area right here that doesn't have a name from, like, I don't know where the hell that is.
That's also kind of strange. How some places you're not even saying it, but
yeah, like I know offhand everything that's like over here is. That's roughly where the area is supposed to be of our massive fucking O'Hare Airport. They usually have it as like a separate thing on the side where it's like, oh, here's this giant circle over here that's O'Hare. Yeah. But this is usually attached to, like, I at least know this is supposed to be in reference to O'Hare is over here and here's the area near O'Hare, which is usually crime free because everyone has work. You know?
Well, that's also in a more secure area, I would assume.
Oh, yeah. Much more. Yeah, but like, Wrigleyville would be like over here, roughly over in here, depending on how the streets fall and this and that. Because it's right around North Avenue, roughly, give or take. I'm remembering my shit correctly, because I know if I go over to where Metro is, the bar that I usually go to every other month for the Goth event, Wrigley Stadium is like right there, boom, right in Wrigleyville. Right. And that's like just past here, roughly, give or take, because here's the loop, here's the south side, so you do up the 94 and then bam. So it's right around this area. Sox Park is fucking neighborhood does Pershing go into? I think it's Grand Boulevard, but I'm not entirely sure because it's been a little over 2 years since I've been in that area.
Well, this is also something else a lot of folks don't necessarily always keep in mind, because a lot of times when folks will say like Chicago or Boston or something like that, some folks, they might be talking about maybe the town proper, but a lot of folks, when they're using the general vernacular, they're talking about like the actual city itself along with the metropolitan area surrounding. Because like when folks say Boston up here, very often they might be talking about like Cambridge or Roslindale or Dorchester or like other places that are basically making the surrounding area. Because Boston in and of itself is actually a fairly small geographic area. It's just when you account for all the towns, it's like Southie over there, you got the Seaport District and everything. It's like, because Logan Airport's actually in Eastie over there, so it's actually kind of just like a very small area where it's like you kind of gotta go like under the river and everything like that to actually get there. But it is a small geographic area. But depending on where you are there, it's like there are some neighborhoods that can be rougher than others.
Mm-hmm. Here's one of my other fun ones that I used to always laugh at. This is for the end of July. These are the general shot placements. So more often than not, when the police, the coroners, or the medics will actually go and look at a person and they'll actually figure out, where they've been shot at, where they've been wounded at. Here's usually how the breakdown is. The blue numbers are fatal shots, and the white in the quotation are just where they've been wounded. So this is usually how your Chi-Town accuracy goes. Much more people are successful at wounding your legs and your lower extremities, like shooting you in the nuts, which there is actually a counter for that. I'll get to that in a second. Only a handful of people will actually die from getting shot in the lower extremity. That's usually because, they hit an artery, you bleed out or something. So, usually 12 people have died from that. Next from that is just right in the torso, because that's usually, if you know a thing or two about shooting, your torso is the best area where you can shoot somebody and be relatively accurate. Which is why you've got 214 people that have died from it and only 438 who have been wounded. Thankfully, we're pretty good at patching people up because it's a regular thing. And then other than that is headshots, which actually, I think in the past year, they've gotten relatively more accurate, which is kind of scary. Because since I started doing this when I first started streaming, like, you'd have a lot less people dead from fatal wounds to the head and a lot more people just wounded because people would not be very accurate. Like, what they basically do is they'd get a Kalashnikov and they just spray and pray in the general direction of your head or your face. And people would just, they'd lose an ear or something. Or they'd get, grazed across the neck.
Yeah, that's horrible. But is it just me, or is the unknown/other where 49 out of 39 people died? Like, what's going on there?
Of COVID-related lead.
it could be that special high velocity lead, because it says shot placement is not always reported. So if they're looking at your corpse and they're like, we can't tell because you're Swiss cheese, that's usually where they point it in.
But
or it's
how is the numerator larger than the denominator?
As far as fatalities, the reason why I can,
it's like 120%.
Yeah.
The sheer fact that I have no idea, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a police officer at all, but the sheer fact that I'm like, oh, some of these folks, if we actually looked into it, if somebody actually was related to losing their life via SARS-CoV-2, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me, because I don't know if we're paying like almost an extra 40 grand. If that is listed, that seems to be like, I don't know, maybe not the greatest of incentive for folks, because especially if you're a cash-strapped hospital and you're not doing all your elective procedures where you make all your money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go right where that one is. since you brought it up, here's how it goes on average.
That is an angry virus.
Yeah. So here's our total confirmed case: 105,493, and as far as deaths, a little under 5,000. Now here's where it gets hysterical. Here's what happens from actual high-speed lead that's laced with the virus. That's actually where most of the actual effects are, because even though it is less death, it's 17.5%.
Is this on the official Chicago website or
This is updated regularly. Yes.
the Cook County Coronometer?
Yeah, hey Jack, that's
literally
a common go-to. I shit you not. This isn't the Onion. They actually update this on the regular. Here, actually, if I scroll over here, last updated April 10th, 2020 at 8:42 a.m. Kind of funny because how could they have updated it in April if they already had the thing for July? I think that might be off a little bit. Oh well, that's probably just for this one in particular and not the actual website as a whole. Because this has been very hard to keep track of because the sheer veracity. Look at this. 105,493 cases. 2,315 cases. And death confirmed cases, case Cook County, as reported by the new dashboard there, found on the Illinois Department of Public Health website. Count does not include asymptomatic cases or undiagnosed people who recovered from home. Just 2020 crime stats. So yeah, they do actually do their homework here. This isn't just, shits and giggles. Yeah, see, last updated August 1st, 2020 at 8:45 p.m. So yeah, this is actually recently updated. So they're still waiting to get the stats in for August, but overall, this is pretty much how it's gone down.
So how can we drastically reduce the number of shootings in Chicago?
Not gonna lie. Arm everyone. Arm everyone. They'll either completely kill each other or decide to not kill each other. The reason why I'm being so drastic with that is simply because if we actually do arm more people, on average, I believe you would actually see more people do the right thing here and take part in these self-defense stats. And that's the reason why I say
Not to mention, if you knew everybody around you had a gun, would you be more willing to shoot them, or would you be more hesitant because now you know that they have somebody who's against you?
Mm-hmm.
Armed society tends to be a more polite society.
Exactly.
Yeah. One sword keeps another in the sheath.
Yep. The sword that is used to kill a man one day will be used to save another man tomorrow.
You always go the Gannicus route and just kind of carry your Gladii just kind of by your side so they're ready to go. But hey, you can keep them sheeped up.
Yeah, hey, it works. Yeah, like there have only been 5 people this year who have been killed in self-defense and 9 that have been wounded. That's actually not too bad. But considering everything else, those are very low stats. But were you to actually arm the law-abiding, you would see a lot more of these. Like these, I believe, the self-defense stats, would be almost as drastic as, okay, let me be semi-realistic here. Yeah, we'll go with this. It would be just about right about here, as crazy as it is on July 17th. You've got all these people here that are wounded and only a few that are actually killed. It'd be like about that. There would be a lot of people that'd be wounded and very few that would actually be dead, because normally regular people do not want to kill each other. They just want to stop the assailant.
Because I've heard this suggested before, and I think it was even MC at one point who had straight up said, it's like, oh, well, yes, you arm everybody. There will be a period where there will be a spike in violence, but as there is a spike in violence, a lot of those folks won't be around to perpetuate necessarily violence. My concern is at the same time, it's like, okay, if you have such an explosion, also how many folks get caught in the center? That's where I'm kind of...
That does often happen. And here's one of our other sad stats that does happen. As of this year, we have had a total of 7 officers that have been shot this year. Quite a few who were actually shot in the riots that happened not too long ago. And here's generally how police-involved shootings want to happen. It's only, you've got a very small chance, it's only like a third of the times do they actually wind up having to kill someone. Most of the time, they just wind up wounding someone. And more often than not, this is very much the same for law-abiding people whenever they have to shoot somebody. Yeah, like there we go. Basically, a 3 to 5, 3 killed, 5 wounded. And only out of all those incidents, only 7 officers have been shot. Guarantee, I'll say about three of those 7 roughly were probably shot during the riots. So that's why there's such a large uptick of the officers who have been shot and as well as killed and wounded. It'd be a little bit less for both on average, I'd say, but we had riots this year.
How much do you think the fact that a lot of folks have been just cooped up for a couple of months, that when folks kind of first start to get out, they have all this pent-up frustration, and how much do you think that may have contributed to some of what we're seeing?
By hookers.
Oh, well, that goes into the straight question of, like, I don't know, the oldest known occupation to humanity and stuff, which actually technically was a salesman, which I heard from a cam model while I was perusing the internet.
Well, let's see. As far as like the reason for everyone being cooped up, that's definitely going to make a lot of people unhinged. Not gonna lie. Although the one thing that usually contributes to a majority of the violence is just heat. The hotter it is, the more violent it is. That's just the nature of it.
Nice weather.
Oh, yeah. Whenever it's a nice, that's why usually in winter nothing happens. When it's a nice, sunny, cold as flying, fuck 20 degrees below zero, ain't nobody gonna go out and shoot nobody unless they have to.
Well, people get attacked with nooses and bleach.
Yeah, that does not happen.
Allegedly.
Yeah, of course, allegedly.
We just need to do like it was in Stargate Atlantis, where they did the bridge where it just got everything colder inside the facility. We need something like that on a planetary scale. Just have everything cold. No one will want to come outside. There, violence solved.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So we just need another ice age?
Probably. And here's how the stats look for people who have been involved, the actual victims of the shootings and such. People between 20 and 34, more of them want it being wounded than actually killed. Here's basically how the average is sorted out. It's 1,070 get wounded, 257 get killed, and then for younger, 13 to 19, 62 get killed, 338 get wounded. 12 and under, this is a very sad stat because this does tend to happen.
Sure.
9 get killed, 30 get wounded. Some of these are actually involved here in the next topic that I'll bring, because this very low age bracket disheartened a lot of people and our fearless leader as well.
It's children, man.
Oh yeah, it happens more often than you want to admit. And this is just the stuff that's been reported. I don't want to go off on the deep end tinfoil hat and go, there's more dead children being sacrificed to Satan, but these things do tend to happen, and our cops do get spread thin just because you've seen that map. You see how nuts it is?
Well, I'll be straight up. I think, at least for me personally, 20 through 34, it's probably where I did a lot of my stupid things.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Normally when you get into your mid-30s and older, that's usually when you don't get involved in such stupidity. So this is like prime between like 13
We
to
just
35
want to go
years.
to bed at a decent time.
Yeah.
I'll be straight up. I was almost getting ready to conk out, and I'm like, oh, look, this is happening. Oh, I see an Autobot. Okay, I'm totally coming out. So.
Yeah. That's
on behalf of Autobots everywhere, thank you for coming on.
Oh, well, glad I could not fuck up everything.
here's the fun stats. These are the ones I used to get everyone laughing at. These are the stats of people who have been shot in the nuts. Whether they've shot themselves or they've been shot in the balls by other people, we have had 35 so far this year.
I'm going to clip this, and then I'm going to attach a clip of where people getting kicked in the nuts for comedic effect.
Didn't something like this happen? And I think it was in New York a few years ago. There was a famous athlete that was packing, but I guess he wasn't using a holster, and he kind of had an accidental dish. I just remember like, oh.
And it wasn't in the sexual variety.
Oh, no, not a good thing.
And here's the people who have shot themselves. We've had 26 people who have shot themselves, and July is looking the most promising.
The selfie, oh God. Well, at least some folks are able to keep some good humor over tragedy, but I'm just like, oh man.
Hey, dark humor helps along. Hey, here's one of the best ones yet. Let me find it. People who have been shot in the holy shit.
That's a big
I've
spike.
never seen it this high. Damn, a lot of people were capping ass in July. Fuck.
I can just imagine, like, they get shot and it's like, ow, my ass! Bleh.
Oh, yeah.
And now what? Because I've literally heard situations. What's there a situation where, like, especially like if it's a smaller caliber firearm, like if somebody gets shot with like a 22 or something, they might not even know. Like, wasn't there an old woman or an elderly woman a few years ago that literally was stabbed and walking around with a knife in her back? She's like, "Oh, I just thought it was my aches and pains." And you're like, "Oh my God, Grandma is like Superwoman."
Wow, I'd never heard of that.
No, it means that she's been used to so much pain that a knife in the back was just another day.
Oh God.
Oh, Granny. Yeah, but
Like that. So here's the thing. When studies happen like this, the amount of pain you subject someone to over a length of time, the more they get used to it. It doesn't mean that there isn't pain. It means that they push through it to get done what's needed to get done. The very fact that this woman didn't even notice that a knife was sticking in her back doesn't mean there wasn't pain. It just means she thought it was normal because that's the amount of pain she faces every day.
That is an incredibly telling story, likely for that older woman, and it kind of makes me want to go to Never Never Land.
Like, you'd be amazed at how...
Yeah, you're on the way.
So, and that goes, like, I am putting a blanket statement on that, right? So anytime you see someone, like, I don't know, get a haymaker thrown at their face and they just eat it like it's lunch and then smile at the person, you know, they're used to a lot more pain than that. It's not that they're macho. It's not that they stand up to all shit. They're like, look, I'm the juggernaut. No, it's because they're used to getting hurt more than that. And they're just like, eh.
Well, you could also apply the inverse to that, where it's like, if somebody has something that's what many may consider not that bad happen to them, but they've barely felt any pain in their life, like, that would seem like much higher level of trauma than maybe your average Joe would feel.
And yeah, and that's true as well. I mean, when you're very sheltered, what happens when you get out in the real world? Boom, you get lefties. Because the fact is they don't know how to deal with real world situations. They were never taught that. They weren't prepared for it. And on some level, I can't say that it's their fault because, you know, it's the generation previous. It's like, hey, look, let me teach you about this. Let me teach you about what's going on today. No, people have been sheltered their entire life. They get out and they wonder why they can't play with crayons and glue anymore. And then you have the reactions that you're seeing today.
All I know is I grew up with Elmer's.
Hey, Elmer's was a fantastic tasting glue. Okay,
I cannot deny that.
So the way to solve it is to subject them to copious amounts of pain for them to get used to.
I'm not
Yes,
sure I would define it exactly as that. I understand what you're saying, but I think in properly prescribed dosage. Oh God, now I'm saying we should prescribe pain. Oh God, I am not a doctor here. No. But what I'm saying is, at least from what I've learned from Professor Peterson, is basically if somebody has a problem with something, okay, you expose them to something that they can tolerate, and you slowly increase it over time. So rather than necessarily pain, how about uncomfortability? Because to just simply prescribe pain, I think probably violates a whole lot of like oaths and stuff that I'm totally not a part of. But all I know is I think we could do a lot better. So if there's a situation that causes somebody maybe pain, whether it's perceived or actual, maybe you kind of, like you were saying, it's like, okay, maybe not copious amounts, but it's like, all right, if this makes somebody uncomfortable, let's expose them to something. Because I mean, even something just, even like working out, or maybe just doing something that's like, it makes you achy or everything. It's like, okay, well, as long as you're not completely destroying yourself, there can be some good forms of pain as well and everything. So it's like, especially if you can do something and you can, maybe you don't do it right the first time, but eventually once you actually accomplish something, you also have that feeling of accomplishment and everything, and an achy body can actually be a happy body.
It's one of the reasons why you do like a strenuous work day, right? Like we're talking a full blown, you are exhausted, you come home from work and whatnot. And the thing is, like, you get a good night's sleep, you feel accomplished because you expended that much energy. You don't have the energy to do anything else, and you're just like la la land, the sleep time population made.
Well, you spent, you want to grab a hot meal, a shower, and maybe watch the game, but, well, plague time, so you barely have any games, and the games that are on there, it seems like they're starting to, I don't know what, actually plays in the audience, like in like 2K games or something like that. I'm just like, are we just turning real life sports into like esports? Why don't we just play some sports on the play machines or something?
I'll tell you what, after all this, esports is going to get a boost.
Dude, I'm already starting to see on some of the cereals and stuff like that. Like you can win like cards from like esports.
Cornflakes.
Dude, I don't know if it was cornflakes. Maybe it was Wheaties. But all I know is I'm seeing things and I'm like, oh, look at that. You can win a chance to get a signed card from this person that's either on Fortnite or LOL.
Now it's your chance to get a signed card from Ninja. We all know that he doesn't do anything, but here's a card anyway.
Hey. As long as it's a holo card.
Here.
Right.
Sorry about that, but yeah, here's since January 1st how much this has cost us, just in general, for all Wayington. And this is not including the virus, as far as
So $127 million have been spent on hospital bills related to homicides and firearm violence.
And property damage. Personal property damage, city property damage, stuff like that. Because that does happen occasionally. Have a drive-by, somebody actually go file.
So almost like 1/10 of $1.2 billion has been spent on people that have essentially done violence.
Yeah. Here's the last one we'll do. Here's how generally, as far as, how violent it's been. 1970s when we had the first spike, and 1982 to 2010 was when we had the famous handgun ban, where it was illegal to own a handgun. And, in 1992, we got just about right where we were in 1974. Massive. 91, 94, and then it gradually ticked down a little bit. And then at the end, then we started like right up here in 2016. The reason why it was so bad in 2016 is that it was just fuck that entire.
Now, when was the handgun ban? Oh, it's that period right there.
Right there, 1982, 2010.
Now, after that came up, though, there was another spike in 2016.
Yeah, so another spike in 2016.
Okay.
2017 was a little higher, but then it was down. But
you don't think it may have had a bit of an effect to help quell it once it's actually started to take effect after several years?
Possibility. I mean, a couple people could have gotten you know, said, hey, I've got scrub, I've got scrub, that scrub, some
Right.
other thing. Oh, hey, I can really own this. Because, I mean, naturally, whenever this is in play, then there's going to be a redistribution of firearms. Because you know, legally owned stuff, black market's got to actually change up the
Right,
game.
right. Yeah. And unfortunately, the black market often goes to the folks that, well, maybe not looking to do
Not
so
the
much
wall.
good things with it, yeah.
I'll go wrap up this segment then. Boom. That'll get rid of that. And boom. We'll get Optimus gameplay back doing that. And then
Is that
we'll
a
get-
Patriot cocktail?
That's the thing. I heard him about to do like the whole closing thing. So then I was just like, fuck it, let's light a flare.
Oh. Okay. Well, as long as you can see.
hey, why not? Hey, it's actually daytime now. We can actually see what your character's doing. Different
Oh yeah. All right. We'll take this up here. Finally.
Oh, nice. I like the beanie and the jacket.
Painting this one.
Is this 7 Days to Die, or?
No, this is AZ.
Oh. Zombies.
Yeah, they really updated their stuff. So aside from some of the janky controls, it's actually pretty freaking awesome.
Oh, that looks kind of like Ark as far as the GUI and stuff.
Well, Scum did their whole outfit to model this. You remember Scum, right?
No.
Never heard of it.
Well, shoot, I'll install it and then I'll start streaming.
Good. Or the other tip. I was actually going to do a background update for a couple of weeks because it did actually get some filming done today back over at Bobby. And
You're
our-
fading out quite often. I don't know if it's me or you, but
Is that any better?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. All right, I'll have to go replace equipment. But basically, I did some filming for the Backland series that we do on BitChute. We do try and do it on YouTube, but they usually censor the snot out of us because with the last Chronicle we did, number 11, they didn't like the fact that we used a very old Greek movie. We only used it for about like 30 or 40 seconds, but they got really upset with it, even though I tried to, like, remember, Optimus, you're telling me about, like, 15% rule? I did that, and they still got down my throat about it. So, like, no, you can't show that.
If you show 15 seconds, and then you have some sort of at least pause commentary for at least 10 to 15 seconds, you can usually show the next 15 seconds and kind of get away with it. It's just once you get past that 15-second mark, you're just kind of going at your own risk. Again, at least that's been my experience.
Okay. Yeah, I
That's
guess
why after every 15 seconds, you just say penis for 10.
I mean, that is an option. I mean, algorithmically, that might kind of dick around with you a little bit, but that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. I'll have to keep that.
I'll even create a soundbite. I will say penis for 10 seconds. That way people can utilize it.
It's available
Penis,
on
penis, penis,
Fiverr.
penis, 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 penis. What?
No, Optimus, you have far more talent than that. Literally, you could probably just say, penis, and just slowly change your tone, and it would. I don't know. I think it might. Okay, I'm gonna stop my misogyny. I was going to a very wet place.
Penis. There you go.
Thank you.
That's
There you go.
hysterical.
Does that what you really know?
Well, it wet something.
There you go.
Anyways, what I was saying is, we are going to go through a couple updates with the series. What we're probably going to end up doing is we're going to make 2 separate versions. One that's YouTube friendly and one's that's just the regular stuff we do for BitChute. And crap, hold on, give me 1 second real quick.
And so at the end of the friendly one, right, you basically what you do is at the end, he's like, take a look at this shit, and then point it to a card that leads to BitChute. Uh-oh, did you got yourself muted, okay.
Oh, yeah, no, I was a noob. I started to respond while I was looking at something else, so I got ADD'd. Yeah, I mean, well, see, that's the interesting thing. Depending on what platform you're on, if you're on Twitter, you can link to a YouTube video that's just kind of on YouTube. But then again, if you're on YouTube and you link to a tweet that's not appropriate for YouTube, you can get in trouble on YouTube. I think I only learned this because I was going to start having some of my YouTube videos redirect to my Pornhub account. And then I realized that I'm like, okay, even if my video on Pornhub is okay on YouTube, because I will do dual uploads at times, the sheer fact that it redirects you to Pornhub, and that very often you'll see, like, I don't know, some dude getting his willy, yes, yeah, or orally stroked or something like that, and then you'll see all these things and just folks getting railed. And as much as I appropriate the furry and the other kin culture that's being promoted over there, it's like, yeah, if you just want over there to watch an anime music video, maybe you don't want to see a cock and balls in your face. Maybe you do. To each their own.
There you go. To each their own.
Well, that's well. Hey, I mean, again, point of personal preference, but dude, and actually, apparently, there are algorithms that, according to one of my sources, discriminate against people that have more skin on them as well. So, depending on a person's form, if you happen to be a small, tiny little person and you happen to be wearing a particular outfit, the algorithm might favor that. But then again, depending on the person, if you have more skin in certain areas, the algorithm may kind of bury you as well. Which, I don't know. It seems like bodily discrimination.
Everything's discrimination.
Well, I mean,
there's really nothing anyone can do about it, you know? That the thing is, people are going to have preferences, right? If you really have that type of preference, an algorithm isn't going to stop you from seeking out that preference.
That is accurate. But
and the thing is, the algorithms are strictly there for people who pay to play, because they're all just like, here, promote me.
Is that the way it should be, though?
It is a transaction.
Yeah, just because it's a transaction and just because it's legal doesn't mean it's always the greatest principle.
So then what would be the greatest principle? And keep in mind, you would have to relate this to other forms of transactions.
Yeah, sorry about that. I misplaced the equipment I was looking for because I did want to give an example. Because the one deal we did have arranged for making more actual lore costumes, you could say, for Backline is this. We actually have a tailor that Bobby works with, and she actually made us a couple of our different film props that we have for costumes. Like this is it's kind of reversed because this is supposed to be the communist part of the Spanish Civil War. Because if you'll notice with my hat, it's the other way around, like this. And this was the prototype.
Is it like orange touch black, poison lack, black touch orange, you're going to eat a lorange?
Kind of, sort of. There's
I have no idea what you just said.
Oh, I was talking about A Wrinkle in Time, where it's like, well, you could only space travel or something if you could find me a word that rhymes with orange. It's like, well, since there's this big space owl thing here, I shall name him Lorange. Even though she could have said Doorhinge. I don't know. I read book many years ago.
No, but basically what we're doing is because Bobby's actually finding a lot more of his different fatigues and such, we're trying to actually see if, since we're getting more stuff, we can actually get like regular uniform parts. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try and come up with a couple different designs. I'm going to see if his tailor can make something similar to this, where we have actual either Burnside Kekistan or Hegwish Kekistan or, general cultural area Kekistan officer caps. Because the newest addition to uniforms that we have is we have this, which I'll go toss this on in a second here, because this one is a nice little bit of history.
Now, is Kekistan a dead meme?
It is. In my opinion, it is. So the thing is, like, the whole trying to keep it alive, that's fine. But the thing is, like, people are now ignoring it. And a meme, by definition, is something that is gaining popularity and remains, relevant. Due to everything shifting and changing, that meme has no longer become relevant, therefore is no longer a meme.
That is correct, which is why when we started doing this project, we got more serious with it, we made it tulpa instead of a meme. Like, we wound up making it like a literal fictitious place on a map. We're doing all these different things. We go on all these different adventures to do all this crazy stuff. We tell stories about it.
Okay, well, you're turning into fan fiction then. I mean, see,
Yes.
I remember entertaining that idea. I'm like, all right, if one were to actually go about this, where would you create a place known as Kekistan? I'm like, well, all I know is Haiti was ravaged by a horrific earthquake, and if you were to get capitalist, like private-funded money, if you could get like, I don't know, $10 billion or something like that, could you buy the Isle of Tortuga?
Theoretically, you could.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of indigenous folks there and everything. No, but Tortuga, it's like kind of like, remember Pirates of the Caribbean? It's like, to Tortuga. If you look at it, it actually is an island off the northern coast of Haiti as well. It does have some resources and stuff there and everything. But again, remember, Haiti is also a wicked poor nation that's still devastated, that's still freaking trying to recover and everything. Yeah. And I remember there was a bunch of money raised that I'm not sure how it was allocated or anything. I just know folks are still hurting there. And I'm like, well, if there's a cash infusion, you could take care of the folks that happen to live there, because there are like, I don't know, like 10,000 people that happen to live on that island as well, and you can't just freaking just kick those folks out. But I don't know, could you turn into a Silicon Valley of the Caribbean and stuff?
Well, from what I do understand in regards to the money that was supposed to actually go to Haiti, from what I understand is they only got about 4% of it, roughly, and the Clinton Foundation just screwed them horribly on it, and the United Nations was horribly misorganized when they were trying to actually do relief and build up certain areas. Like, it became like a massive Ponzi scheme. God, me. Optimus, the balls of the ball.
That sounds a lot of bullshit.
Comically fitting enough for the topic we're talking about Haiti. Yeah,
you don't need to play with your food.
I'm disappointed because I thought I had a hunting knife and I was sorely mistaken.
So you're just taking the hatch.
I'm trying any way to like try and harvest this.
It's a protein provider. It's not a tree.
Maybe I can pickaxe it to death. What do you think?
Give it a go, man. I'm not sure how the game mechanics work, but I imagine
apparently I can dig up worms. I did not know that. That is an update. That is awesome. Now is there a fishing pole? That's the problem.
I think the solution is to go punch a tree.
Yeah, like in Minecraft.
Well, like in pretty much any survival game.
Right. Hold on, I got. Oh, look at that! Nowadays can be used as fishing bait, so that's nice. Okay, punch a tree.
Oh, jeez.
Punch, 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 punch.
Oh, dear.
Is this actually going to work?
You might
Who
harvest
knows?
something or hurt yourself. Oh, wow, dude, you're strong.
Yes.
Most
Yes.
I don't know. I like watching video games.
Oh,
It
that's
enhances me.
that's. Oh, that. Oh shit! Hold on. That is firewood.
Good stuff.
That's how I made friends in Ark. I just literally would hunt things and just like throw food on the fire when people came by and be like, "Hey guys, what's going on? We got some food on the fire. It's gonna spoil before I can eat it all, so help yourself."
Yeah, it's a good way to form diplomacy, man. It
It's
works.
gastro diplomacy. It's actually a thing.
Yeah, hey, it works.
But,
Yeah.
Yes.
So in the near future, we'll be incorporating. Hopefully, we'll get like an actual regular costume uniform for the series. Because for the time being, what we're basically doing is we're getting the handful of replica artifacts that we can get from like the Spanish Civil War, World War II, more modern times like the Prop AK and stuff like that, and we're just incorporating it so that it fits the tulpa of Pakistan being a guerrilla army of sorts. Is war of attrition and all that stuff.
Just be careful with your clarification. I realize you're pretty good with your little disclaimers and stuff like that.
Oh,
It's like this is a fictional thing because we all know that the hacker known as 4chan would never put something out there like the rise of the Kekistani militia and everything, and then freaking somebody out there is like, oh, look at this hate group and everything. It's like, so you read the disclaimer on our videos, right, saying that this is a work of satire and fiction, right? Because you would pay attention to the disclaimer, not just take things out of context, right?
That's why, in particular, in that protest video I sent you, I made this disclaimer front to back, and then
It's like how Rucka. It's like Rucka, right? He's like, this is jokes, not for kids. There's only one video in his entire lineup where he did not use that because he was dead serious.
Yeah. Yeah, but like, memes, that would literally happen. Come on, look at this. This is so identical to .34, but this is actually not .33, not .34. This is Bundeswehr. Like the actual tag on this is 1995.
You used the words, you used the number 34, so I'm just thinking of Rule 34.
Basically, this in reference.
All thinking that.
I forgot about that. That's in reference to camouflage patterns because this is actual Flecktarn camouflage. So it's German camouflage. This is I've got a shirt and I've got trouser pants to match it. And this is standard issue back in the 90s for the German army, or also known as the Bundeswehr, which was just recently formed because 91, 92 is when the Soviet Union collapsed and, East and West Germany became one. So, a lot of people who
are one. Sorry, I had to do that.
I know. Oh. Yeah. It's long story short. Is basically because it's so similar to the old-fashioned SS camouflage, .33 and 34, and so on. Just people automatically see this, and they'll literally make that conclusion. Memes will go, oh, he's got the helmet, he's got the flag, he's got the camouflage. They'll start screaming that there's goose steppers from Chicago or something.
Well, I think it would probably be more like is that an Iron Cross in the background?
Yeah, it's the Kaiserreich flag from World War I Germany. And then we've got the U.S. flag, and then from the Spanish Civil War, we've got the Falangist flag.
You're all about effing with people's heads, Burnside.
Oh, absolutely.
And the one time where I'm just like not cruising for a knife, guess what I fucking find? A knife.
Smooth. Yeah, it's always when you're not looking for things. That's how I found this thing. is I was like addressing another problem, looking to go get another gear, bullshit, and next oh hey, that's where I put this damn thing.
Well, there's one guarantee in life, and that
Yeah.
there's no guarantees.
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna try and see if I can actually get helmet covers for this motorcycle helmet, or we'll try and do a couple different effects in the Backland series so that this actually looks like a real Kevlar helmet. Because I'm not repainting my actual press helmet. Screw that. That was too much work. So yeah, that's not going to happen. But we do have one more fun prop we're going to use, and Scoob actually came up with a good idea for this. And because of that, I'm going to try and actually do the same thing with the hats and see if we can actually get something a little uniform going. And this is an actual prop gas mask. It doesn't actually function. It's supposed to be for airsoft. I would not use it for airsoft. These lenses are very thin. I wouldn't even use this for paintball. I would use this strictly for B-rate film projects, and that's it. Which, thankfully, the Topo backline is a B-rate film project. But what I intend to do with something like this is paint this up or get like a custom like old-fashioned Xbox skin for it, so that you can actually have different gas masks for the different factions that are involved in the backline force. So you'll have one that's got a particular camouflage or comically patterned tech gas mask, to where it'll obviously be Pakistan, and then you'll have another one that'll look like some Serpat pattern camouflage with a couple other different symbols that are symbol to the a lion, which is what we're going with for now for the Slovenians. And then we'll have something ridiculously looking that'll be like quasi-terrorist for the, I believe we're still going with Mamelukes for their faction. I don't think we've changed that yet. But more often than not, we're just going to use Bobby's surplus scarves and such from Iraq for them. But, in the off case we decide, okay, we're going to give them gas masks for the hell of it. We'll have a pattern for them. The Chicagolandian ones are the only ones where it's going to be kind of difficult for how we're going to do the gas masks for them, because it's comically going to be like a parody on Chicago in the Middle East. So it's going to be like, okay, we have to have all sorts of patterns for the different neighborhoods and sub-factions and stuff. It's like, it'll be something fun. And if the tulpa catches on a bit, it'll be something fun for the fans to have. Because we do want more people to actually do their own fanfic videos and comment footage and stuff like that. We heavily encourage it.
Oh, there are zombies. Oh, I've been thinking about selling my own masks.
No, Karen, you cannot see the manager. As a matter of fact,
Is the zombie's name Karen?
Everyone's named Karen.
Oh,
We all are Karen.
No, I thought there was also Darren.
What do you think? My character is a Darren.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. Wow. Hey! Darren married Sam Stevens.
Oh, nice. As far as other potential
Elizabeth
updates,
Montgomery, I miss you.
there was one of the guys in our Discord server was asking about different game developments in that, because one of our fans who had been on a long hiatus actually made he made 2 first-person shooters for the Backline verse. So we actually have 2 fully developed games now. One's a little bit glitchy, but it's still a full-on old-fashioned first-person shooter like Doom. So we have Red Rebellion and Red Rebellion 2, the Carnage, the complete edition. And both of them are starring Bobby Rizzo as himself, just going around basically, shooting termites, shooting white Gumbies, which I think are supposed to represent Klansmen in that, because long story short, Bobby basically bitches about like all the different radicals and stuff like that. So Lamont basically grabbed the ones that he would complain about the most and incorporated them into enemies. And he basically thought, okay, I'm not going to go through the hard time trying to make like an actual Wehrmacht doodle. I'm just going to paint a white Gumby and call it a day.
I saw a caterpillar earlier.
Oh, fun.
It was big and it was fuzzy. It was going... Dude, I literally looked down and I'm just like, wait, that's not my cat's paw. I'm like, it's outside. It's going across the freaking asphalt. I'm like, let me take a little video of this. Let me put it on Instagram. It's a caterpillar.
Oh, nice. Well, let's get to that season.
Oh, it was big, black and fuzzy, and it had kind of like a yellow stripe going down its back. I don't know. Does that mean it's venomous?
No, caterpillars are not venomous. That means it's a different species.
Dude, it was chilling and munching on some grass and started going to town, man. I was impressed. I think I scared it.
Nature can be a real fun thing.
But yeah, caterpillars fucking rule, especially when they catch your fish.
Oh yeah.
Well, each their own as well. Well, then again, I walked around to the side of my car, and then all of a sudden a rabbit kind of ran by, and I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't cut the grass. Because that's the thing, dude. My lawn was freaking terrible. I'm like, oh, my grass is... It's to the point where I start going out there, I start cutting the lawn. Even my neighbor, he's like, hey, I got a weed whacker all loaded up for you. You want to? I'm like, well, that's telling. So I'm like, let me go cut the grass. But the thing is, dude, the longer the grass grows, and I've noticed this, there seems to be a lot more wildlife. Because I got the skunk that lives under the shed again. I think I haven't seen the groundhogs for a while, but we had the groundhogs behind there too. We got a bunch more rabbits kind of going around, and I'm seeing nature and stuff. And like, I don't know, it makes me kind of feel good.
Now you get to hunt for yourself, supplement your food.
Well, the sad thing is, dude, the price of beef and everything. I'm like, well, it's gone up by like 100% so far. That might not actually be the worst option, sadly.
When somebody asks me what my favorite moment of life was, I'm going to tell them the moment where I bought 6 ribeye before COVID hit.
I mean that is really good, but at the same time, I mean, isn't this kind of terrifying? I'm just like, it makes me so sad. Dude, the sheer fact, it's like, we seem to have such a lack of leadership, too, because it's like, alright, you got all this stuff going on, and I'm just sitting here, and I'm just like, wait a second. Are we literally just making this worse because we can't agree with each other? It's like, alright, if we were just going to do the whole keep calm and carry on, and basically just say, well, we're going to accept a whole shit ton of deaths from this, but we're going to continue onward. Okay, you made a decision. We decided not to do that. If we're going to make the decision to protect life, if you're going to frickin' commit to a lockdown, you're going to frickin' commit to a frickin' full-on hard lockdown and be like, listen, we like to do this for 6 weeks, but realistically, it could be 2 months, it could be an entire quarter, but we're going to ask everybody, except for the base essential functions for people to frickin' survive, to continue. If you need to go out right now, we don't have the information, we're going to ask everybody to please wear a mask and gloves the best you can. Oh, and by the way, over the course of 3 months, since we're going to spend $6.2 trillion, we're going to pay every American $10,000 a month to help cover their living expenses, because if we're going to shut down the economy, we fucking own it.
Where the fuck is my $10,000?
I did.
It's in some company or maybe the kid in Florida that bought a Lamborghini's pocketbook or something.
Yeah, I did actually.
You want to punch a firefighter zombie? God damn it!
No, well, respect our firefighters that may or may not be undead, because they're people too.
May or may not be undead.
It's hard to tell sometimes.
Well, hey, a long day at work, it'll happen.
I feel that, man. I feel it. Do we have any other topics, Burnside, for catching on? Just because it's getting around 1 a.m. my time, and I don't know. I'm turning into a pumpkin. We used to get up at like 5:30.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I was, since you did bring up the stimulus and all that, I was going to explain what I did know about that, if you wanted to go into that.
Oh, let's do it. No, I got a few minutes. I'll go crank a cancer stick on.
All right. Well, he's smoking then.
Marble Lights, they banned Camel Crush because menthol is bad in Massachusetts.
All right, cool.
What?
That sucked.
Whoa, no, dude, you want to know what pisses me off? I get Camel Crushes, and I generally smoke it for the normal, and then maybe once every like 5 cigarettes, I'll crush it for like the last drag or two.
Mhm.
But other than that, I just like the blend more, and it makes me sad because I'm like, well, I'll get a Marvel Light. It's not quite the same, but I can go to New Hampshire. It's a low risk state, so I don't need to quarantine if I go up there.
That's a pain in the ass.
Just come over here. You can have all the menthol you want.
I don't even really want the menthol part. I just want it to have the option of menthol. Just give me the choice.
Too funny.
Yeah. See, I'm gonna smoke a Newport Menthol 100 right now. See, here we go.
Dude, that's how my cousin got me onto like menthols and stuff. Frickin' Newport 100s, man.
Apparently, my character is so low on health.
Yeah, it looks like your character.
He's walking around like a zombie. Like, look at him.
Oh, he was walking around like me the other day when I frickin'... Dude, I think I got some bad jock itch, man.
Codeine pills. Pills here. Pills. Pills.
The old Left 4 Dead meme. I remember that.
Yeah. Those are
Nice. Yeah, from what I know, as far as the reason why we essentially went with the stimulus in the fashion that we did is because it's very difficult to get a compromise, especially with times being the way they are, when you're trying to put a bill through the House and the Senate. So the most direct way it was able to actually get accomplished was to generally just give people money so that they could spend it how they would see fit. Because if you were to actually debate as far as should we invest directly into this sector for business or that sector for business, it would have been a shit show and it would have dragged on for months. So this was literally a quick and efficient manner that the government decided to debate amongst itself as far as to how we should go about this, because they did not want to repeat Obama's mistake with the stimulus package that he made and then literally have it all funneled into almost nothingness. Because Trump was trying to go for a direct route, and he wanted to pass it between the House and the Senate and see what they would come up with, and it had to get rewritten because when the Democrats got their hands on it, essentially, they were like, we want to add in a whole bunch of this stuff. We want sodomy. We want sodomy for everyone, long story short, because they wanted a lot of wacko stuff, like the New Green Deal and things of that nature. And when it got past the Republicans, they looked at it and went, we don't want any of this shit. Get this out of here. And then they basically tossed it back and forth at each other until Trump came in and went, all right, let's be civilized children. We're going to go for an in-between. Don't drag this out. People are starving. And that's how we essentially got with what we had. She just got a check being direct deposited into your account or mailed to you, depending on how you filed last year's taxes. And we're supposed to go and get another round of that, depending on how that same thing happens. We don't know if the children are going to play well, but depending on the circumstances, we're going to see how that bill winds up being passed around.
Well, the problem is, man, like that's not really what even happened, or at least as far as a direct route, because I ain't a lawmaker, I ain't an attorney or anything like that. I ain't even a frickin' accountant, anything like that. But all I know is the most direct route, it's like, okay, $6.2 trillion by like 210 million adult Americans. Like, it's not $1,200. If you divide $6.2 trillion, that is such a phenomenally huge amount of money, divided by 210 million adult Americans. It's like $29,521 or some change like that. It's like, we literally, for the amount of money we've spent so far in such a complicated way, we could have given every adult American like 30 freaking grand. You're saying that every adult American, if they were given $30,000, we couldn't find our way through this? Oh, but my businesses and everything. Wait, okay, well, I get it. The airline industry and stuff. Okay, those are very important things. Wait a second. How do private companies help raise money in times of need? They issue stock. You're saying that there wouldn't be employees there that would be willing to invest in, I don't know, something that would help give them employee ownership of the company using, I don't know, free market principles?
You're expecting something that makes sense out of the bureaucracy of Washington, and that is where the problem lies. That's the reason why we could do something that, in essence, yes, would be more common sense like that, but just cutting a very large check. Because, yes, it would be better if people would actually make their businesses more solvent. But the problem is, when you have mass markets, because George Bush did something similar to that, where he basically got the government to try and buy out bad bonds. They bailed out the banks, and they bailed out a whole bunch of the other failing businesses. And lo and behold, the economy still did not improve. They wanted to try and not do what the other two did, and still couldn't get along, which is why we got what we had. Because the idea was to stream along smaller stimulus checks to build up to a larger one, because if you can barely get one bill through, what makes you think you can get a couple others through unless you can get cooperation? And that is key.
Well, that's the freaking problem, because it's like, all right, if we propose this, even if this is what we want, we don't necessarily even want to give the other side a win. It's like, and again, I realize this isn't everybody, but it that's really starting to seem like the mimetic there, and that's pissing me the fuck off, because at this point we're at what, like, month, how many? Wait, it was freaking August now. We're freaking like five or so months into a pandemic or so over here. It's like, if we could have eradicated this in 3 months, we could have literally, I don't know, had a summer. We could be at the beach and not be going crazy nutty bananas. I want to go back to the freaking beach, man. This is pissing me the fuck off. Pardon my French. Apologies to the French.
All right, I'm not gonna lie to you, but here's basically how it says.
Here's how it can be solved. Give everyone X amount of dollars, which is, the amount memes came up with. And then just let it sort itself out, because the people that are addicts, they're going to OD. Then it's self-population control. The people that have entrepreneurial ideas will be able to finally start up their business, provide a little competition to the big businesses. Big businesses will be forced to sell stock in order to raise that money. And then everyone's going to have a say in what that fucking company does. And then the people that are already just dead from whatever misuse of handling of the money that they do lowers the population rate by 10%. We don't have to have vaccines endorsed by Bill Gates, and shit like that. And it'll all solve itself out. And then you can't blame the president, because everyone else has their stupid fucking decisions to make.
While it isn't necessarily the optimal thing, probably not, but then again, it would be fair. That's the thing, because it's like, all right, every adult American is going to get an amount of money, and listen, man, even if you live in a very affluent area, maybe would it pay all your bills? Maybe not. But then again, it's like, all right, $10,000 a month for 3 months. That'll pay your rent and food expenses for a very nice apartment and decent level of living there. And you know what?
Or
there,
if you live extremely well below your means, it'll pay your rent and your expenses for an entire fucking year.
Well, yeah. And then if you have the ability to work and actually earn a living, it's like, oh, maybe you actually have a chance to, I don't know, maybe get ahead a little bit.
Yeah, or if you're smart and you have a job and you receive that money, and you made a practice of living below your means, so that way your job can actually pay for your bills, instead of spending extravagantly and then claiming, why don't I make $15 an hour at McDonald's, because I got to get my nails and hair did. Okay, that's the whole underlying factor, is people don't know how to live below their fucking means. What they think is necessity is actually a want, number one. And number two, people in that practice already, that's how they become billionaires. And like, take Warren Buffett. He has like this 1-bedroom, tiny little fucking cottage house that he's had since what, the 70s? Runs the same beater car. You think he's going to spend for a Lamborghini and a personal driver for it just because he has the money? No, there's a way that he got there. And it's the mentality of frugality.
There is something to say to that, and sorry to cut you off, Burnside, but literally when I was banging on doors selling cable and internet and stuff, I was in a particular town in Massachusetts, and I was in an actual very nice part of the town, and one of the very first doors I knocked upon was a gentleman, and you want to know what? This was a very nice, probably a $750,000 house at the time, and there was like kind of like a beat up old like 80s Buick there. Like it was still like nice condition and stuff, so saying beat up was probably a little disingenuous, but the sheer fact I knocked on his door and he was basically a self-made, I believe he happened to probably immigrate here. He was either first or second generation immigrants that had kind of come over, and he opened a bunch of burger joints, and he looks me like dead in the eye. He's like, here's what you do. You open up a burger joint, you name it Hasty Tasty, and you undercut McDonald's. Boom. Find yourself a good location that not everyone else can get access to, and just like start your business from there. And I'm like, that was a great business model, and that's how he made his money. And I'm just like,
and that's the thing. What you do in terms of like food industry, the cost of the food should be at the very least 33% above the cost of buying it.
Holy crap, Optimus, I just terrified myself because I just ran some math, and it's like back then, this was probably about almost 10 years ago now, and he said the price wholesale of ground beef was like $1 a pound.
Yeah,
and right now it's
that wasn't 98% lean, and that was more like 80-20, 80 lean, 20 fat.
Yeah. No, I usually get like 80-20 or maybe 85-15, but it's like you don't want to get too lean because, well, you need some flavor, man.
You know, but I mean, in terms of business, it's all cause and effect. With the terms of this stimulus, it is all cause and effect. How everyone decides to proceed from here directly affects the outcome.
Right. And the sheer fact, it's like, all right, folks are like, we're turning things political that shouldn't necessarily be political. It's like, if you want to eradicate the virus, it's like, I understand. It's like, and again, I don't like compulsion. I don't like it. Like even Governor Baker over here, he's our Republican governor. He's kind of not a big fan of the president. And at the same time, he did on May 6th issue a mandatory mask thing. But then again, I also look at it, it's like he had been asking before, and he's like, listen, folks, please do this. And I do think there's something that's saying, applying to people's greater, just, I don't know, some maybe patriotism or something, be like, listen, we need to eradicate this. We're not necessarily going to pass a law, but we would ask you to do these things. We realize we're asking you to do something. You might have almost as high buy-in socially by asking people rather than trying to tell them they have to do it. So at this point, they feel like their liberty is being violated. But then again, it's like if you had done that, and if a lot of businesses are like, well, you know what? No shirt, no shoes, no mask, no service. That's not necessarily an unreasonable thing, and at least you're coming at it from the private aspect of things as well. But then when it gets to the point where it's like, oh, there ain't nothing going on, let's just have a COVID party and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know, that kind of sounds like being a dumbass, man. I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
As far as I understand with the actual pandemic, the main thing is these masks that they actually mandate people to wear, that they protect you from fuck off, and they are literally as effective as
it's kind of like vaccines in that if you got like 90+% of folks kind of using it, you're at least minimizing your transmission. So like folks that like might not be able to wear masks for actual medical reasons or something like that, then you're minimizing your transmission, so you can basically kind of snuff the virus out, which we kind of half-assed it. I think what was it Brett Weinstein said, it's like we went like 50-50 or 60-40.
Literally contradicted itself with saying no and then yes and then yes and then no.
Well, that was the thing. When you have literally, was it like the head of the CDC or something like that saying masks don't do anything, and it's like, well, you're lying to us. You literally don't trust the people. and that makes me very sad, man. If they had just said, it's like, listen, we need these particular masks for healthcare workers and stuff like that. Do you all mind putting on maybe some form of a face covering? I don't know, a bandana or something like that. It's like that. At least you would have been honest with people. Now we're at the point where, okay, if the government doesn't trust us, is it surprising that people don't trust the government?
That is true. A lot of people are not, I would imagine, are not
They
going
should never trust the government in the first place.
Oh, that's a gift.
It's well, we need to have skepticism, but now it's gone from skepticism to, even if we show you something, it's like, well, go fuck yourself because you lied to us.
Oh, we're far past the thing of skepticism. The whole skeptic this and skeptic that is basically just psychotic masturbators. There's no logic to be had. The whole thing with the masks is government basically realizing a handful of things and going, I can take opportunity with this, I can run wild with this, and I don't know what I'm looking at because I do paperwork and masturbate all day, so sure, I'll go with this because other people who are bigger government officials in lab coats say I should totally do this. Because, like, in actuality, the type of mask that would help protect you from this is basically your standard issue military gas mask with a specialized filter that's for antiviral and regular biohazards, like the stuff you'd be issued in Iraq, comically enough.
Or I mean, even like a higher class, kind of like a respirator or something that you'd use for like painting or stuff like that. Like even like if you were going to be doing like mold remediation or something like that, are those things perfect? No, but they also have replaceable filters and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, if you do have exposure to any type of toxin or biological agent, will it get necessarily all of it? Probably not, but at the same time, it's going to provide a higher level of protection, and especially the fact that if anything does become quote-unquote contaminated, you have the ability to change out filters and everything. So it's like you are doing a higher level of care there, but at the same time, I'm just like, my inner libertarian is literally hitting its head against the wall. Like we have a quote-unquote conservative president that is literally sitting there all grins and everything saying this is the largest spending bill ever, it's $2.2 trillion and actually up to $6.2 trillion, and he's saying that happily surrounded by Republicans and stuff, and I'm sitting there like, what the hell is going on? Like, this is why you don't spend the government credit card on stupid shit, because if you do have, let's say, I don't know, a plague, maybe then that's when, you spend the $6 trillion, and had you not racked up, I don't know, $23 trillion worth of debt before that, it wouldn't be as big a hit. And, dude, just my own personal experience, it's like, dude, I go down to, like, the little, like, side store, the little, freaking like 7-Eleven down the street. It's like, all right, I like my cosmic brownies. I like my sugar fix. That stuff went from 50 cents to like 59 cents in less than 2 months after this stuff started. It's like, dude, inflation is happening, man. It's freaking here, dude.
I'm glad that I stopped and I did, because those cosmic brownies, those are fucking addictive.
Oh, dude, they're so good.
So nice.
I love the hell out of those. The logistics has been a mess since this thing kicked off, and the reason why he's smiling while they're saying spend all this money, the problem is you have prime bureaucrats that are stupid. They don't know what the hell they're doing, and basically it's other government officials looking at other government officials waiting to see who actually has the bright idea. Like, have you ever seen the
Fine, elect me as a government official. I'll fix everything in 72 hours.
Optimus, we should try to avoid certain... Listen, I too also read Machiavelli. I understand
all
that.
All I just need is a football with codes on it.
Optimus, nice. I realize you're the size of a large automobile. We don't need you doing pulling fridge stuff with nuclear weapons.
Oh no, just have him do a couple squats on people, and that'll...
Although to be fair, and again, I'm not saying that we should do this, but
at least my stance has never changed.
Well, you have been very consistent, but then again, I also see. I kind of take in mind is like if if in some hypothetical world I were to come into power, it's like, all right, so you're going to listen to this guy called MC for 1 hour. Okay, I'm going to give him the football for 72 hours and just walk away. You better get your shit together.
Yeah, no, the basic problem from what I understand is the reason why there's been issues with like Fauci and some of these other people is because, one, the World Health Organization was compromised. That has been proved. That's why we've stepped away from them. Two, Fauci himself is, as of recently, being actually investigated. If you want, I'll actually look for an article in regards to that because I didn't plan for that to come up, but it is something that I've heard is actually going on because there's been a lot of people who, I don't want to be tinfoil hat with it, but it's a lot of people, a lot of money, different interests and such, and basically Trump being incredibly ignorant in regards to this because he's not a doctor either, just like how none of us are doctors. And he's sitting there going, okay, who is the fucking professional? If I'm going to throw money at this better fucking work. Give me somebody that knows what the fuck this is, because all I know is it came from China, and I very much would like to skull fuck China. And
No,
they brought Fauci in the room.
No. Two quick things. I'd like to walk back part of my statement of just giving MC the coach the nuclear football. That probably wouldn't be the wisest thing to do. Although in frustration, my mind does go there. Well, it's.
Then again, it wouldn't last 72 hours with me either. The moment I got it, be like, ooh, button, click.
As shiny as the history eraser button may be, no, we're not supposed to just smash it just willy-nilly like that.
Smash that football button.
Oh, jeez.
Humor this topic. We're not
But
the U.S.
no. But as go on.
In the event where you ever think that you don't make a difference, just remember you haven't eaten the right bat yet.
Well, apparently, according to some dude Brett Weinstein was interviewing on the internet that wrote a Medium article, apparently the RNA sequence of SARS-CoV-2 matches the RNA sequence of a minor outbreak in China amongst a small group of miners back in 2015. And apparently its RNA was already kind of sequenced in a virology lab. And that also leads to questions because also apparently after a 7-year study in tracking original SARS, they traced it back to potentially an accidentally escaping a lab.
That sounds about right. I mean, people have said it has gain of function, and it is very similar to a lot of the old-fashioned SARS and so on.
I know, I'm talking about the original SARS.
Okay.
The original SARS, according to experts, after tracing it, their best bet is it likely escaped a lab somehow.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
So I'm just like, okay, why would we be so certain that it's impossible that this would happen? I'm not saying it did. I don't have evidence of that, but I'm just saying if that's what the vast community is saying about the first one, it wouldn't necessarily be out of the realm of possibility. And like you were saying, like potentially I have heard the stories that, okay, maybe it was gain of function research going on there and it would explain a lot. But then again, if this was something that also originated in nature, and maybe if this originated in nature and it was in a lab, or maybe it was going around and maybe it did gain function just after being exposed to people. It's like we don't necessarily know what happened. We just know where we are right now, and we should probably try to figure this out because everyone is kind of going nutty bananas.
Oh, yeah. Well, people are going to go nuts about this for a while. Just the main problem with it is the divide it's created, the shutdown it's created. This has been a golden opportunity for people that want to abuse authority, because everyone's been looking for some form of authority, someone that knows what the hell they're doing. And what we've more often than not gotten is a bunch of people who are like, throw a dart at a board and go with that thing. Why? A lot of people are throwing money at that. Let's make money off that too. It's the free enterprise, stupid ideas, and because of the fact that a lot of people are being able to do less than honest things, it's being taken full advantage of. Whereas people who are trying to provide genuine solutions, like a lot of people that have suggested certain medicines, and we got to kind of talk around that because they don't mention something, they fucking toss you off this platform, you know? And they say, look, you can combine a couple vitamins, you can combine a couple minerals, you get this and this from your doctor, and this works. I've tried on about 20 or 30 other people, and then people come out of the woodwork and go, no, this is getting in the way of us making money. No, don't do this. Bill Gates wants his $10 million vaccine, and I want my this, and he wants his Mercedes-Benz, and you don't listen to these people over here that are going to give you a cheap and easy solution. Mayhem is money. And quite literally, that's what it comes down to. More chaos, more disorder, more moolah.
Well, chaos is a ladder.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's an absolute ladder.
And that's what bothers me, because it's like, okay, if something could help, and this is one of my gripes with the president stuff. It's like, all right, if he sees these initial reports about whatever mystery cure or not so mysterious potential treatment there is, if he had just come out and said, listen, I am not a doctor, I have seen these studies about things, we're going to try through the DPA to help secure some of these so it's available via a doctor's prescription. Again, I am not a doctor, consult your doctor. If he had just pitched it like that, I think folks would have been more receptive. But it's just the way he did pitch it, combined with his history of shit posting on the internet, it's just folks immediately, they're like, oh, Trump wrong, Trump bad. Just can't be right or anything, even if it did save some lives as well. And then I've also had some other smart folks that I know IRL that are like, okay, maybe they're not necessarily believing that, but they're like, all right, well, there are other situations that prevent I don't know, again, I'm not a doctor, like cytoplasm spikes or something, that especially if you have a compromised immune system, there may be other alternatives. Because, yeah, we're almost similar and we are different, but everyone's body chemistry is a little bit different. So it's like, while this treatment may be very successful for these people, other folks, maybe this treatment is more successful. And again, I believe one of the things with some of the things that the president was suggesting, if you happen to have underlying heart complications, the particular medication he was talking about, especially if you're not in a doctor-supervised setting, could actually be deadly. And the sheer the fact that we're treating it just like a simple binary, that, I don't know, that seems very ill-informed and kind of arrogant. Zombie.
Zombie. Oh, double zombie.
Oh, God.
Double rainbow.
They bite.
Oh, shit.
All right, so that's about all I got.
From what I do know, now in regards to the president's reaction as far as how he actually sold the particular medicine, he more or less did come from that angle. The reason why because the thing is, you have to remember with the president, the reason why he talks like a son of a bitch is because he likes to play his multi-dimensional chess, because he is a sick son of a bitch from New York. And he absolutely loves to rape souls, communist souls. I love to rape them. Yes, I do. I am the president. I do skull fucking.
Oh.
And you can advise within a degree. And from what I understand, he has actually tried this medicine, and it has worked fairly well. And there have been people that have actually advised him to use it. So he is basically speaking from his experience. And then other people decided this gets in the way of our money, so no. And then Fauci, because of his general interest, went, no, bad idea, don't do that, no. Go with Bill Gates. And
I already took it, so I'm going to go ahead and advertise it all over the place, okay? Because it's going to be great. We're going to get everyone out of poverty and out of debt. We were doing really well until some bitch in China decided to eat a bat, okay? So we're going to issue this vaccine, and everything's going to be great because I already taken it, okay? And I'm still just as orange as ever.
Now,
more or less.
Now, to the president's credit, he that's not necessarily a good thing. as well. But again, if it can save lives, and again, it does come down to the pitch as well. If had he put just some caveats, it's kind of like the whole escalator thing as well. It's like, okay, you don't have to be a dick about things there. Had you just said, it's like, all right, well, most folks, we realize they're looking for a better life. Most folks there, yeah, they're good people and stuff. However, there are also some that are bringing the yada yada yada. Okay, guess what? The way he pitched it, I'm like, I don't know. Does that kind of sound like, well, half of these folks are just straight up deplorables and everything? I'm like, just hating on the vast majority of any group or community for the actions of some? Like, that ain't cool.
I would actually say that everyone is generally deplorable, and that is a very good thing. And the reason why there have been several complications is because, quite simply, nobody gives me good paperwork. Everyone's a fucking idiot. There's not much else I can tell you.
All right. I don't know who's this imposter in front of me, all right? But I can tell you right now, once and for all, here's how we're going to fix this, okay? Somebody give me a football.
Should we consider re-legalizing dueling?
It's
Re-legalizing dueling, it's a fantastic aspect. We need to bring the old musket ball rifles back. You know, just those flintlock ones. Really keep it safe. You know, you gotta feel the burn.
I'm just to the point now. I'm like, all right. Well, if I'm hearing, all these folks, well, 8% of folks on the quote unquote left are kind of making a lot of noise on social media and stuff, and of those, there's a certain percent that are maybe excusing potential violence and stuff like that, saying, well, for these reasons. I'm like, okay, well, if I'm going to believe in standard distributions, I'm going to assume that probably those folks on the quote-unquote right are going to follow a similar pattern. Now, that might not be as represented as well, because maybe some of these folks are banned off of certain social medias, but if then a small percentage of those folks as well are kind of like, I don't know, promoting or excusing violence, I'm like, well, if there are folks out there that are literally saying, this is so important, you need to put your life on the line for it, I'm like, well, those folks would be willing to put their life on the line for it as well, because, I mean, it's so important to them, so it's not like they wouldn't put up, because otherwise, I don't know, they kind of be shamed for not willing to put their lives on the line for something, and then again, those folks that actively want to engage in violence, if they're consenting adults that feel so, I don't know, put off, offended or something by the words and stuff that come out of other people's mouths, I'm like, well, if those folks hate each other, why would we just have everyone in the center get involved? Why don't we just have the folks on the quote-unquote furthest fringes just kind of let them, as Dr. Sarasawa would say, just let them fight?
My fellow Americans, I have heard just some disturbing news, and what we're going to do, since the far left has decided to raise up and do all sorts of violence, I've come up with this brilliant concept. It's absolutely amazing. I thought it up myself. For the next 24 hours, all crime is legal, all murder, everything, and here's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it the Purge.
It's he'd have to call it like the Extreme Purge or something fancier. The Super Purge.
So whose impression is better, mine or his?
I don't know, man. It's literally starting to blend together at this point now. I'm very tired, and I'm just like, the terrible thing is, if the president actually got onto national TV and said something like that, I'm like, I don't even know if it would surprise me.
Here's the reason why we've had such a problem with this in this general incident with the virus and all things related to it. We don't really have much of a center anymore because there has been such partisan radicalism up and down. Have you seen how Attorney General Barr was treated? That alone spells out the problem in general. People,
dude, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for like all the conservatives to finally be sick and tired of the kids and their fucking tantrums. You know, raise up, spank their ass, fuck them up, put them in the corner, and tell them this isn't the way that life is. Grow the fuck up.
my question that I think I'm gonna have to ask in one of the social justice groups that I'm a part of on Facebook is like, oh well, so when the right wing death squad show up that I keep hearing about, who are we gonna call? Because like the police weren't they like racist and we had to get rid of them?
Exactly. Once then see that goes directly to cause and effect. Once the cops are finally taken away, the one thing that conservatives respected about the law is now gone. Guess what happens? Well,
I mean,
looks like we prepared for everything. We have the guns. They advocated for gun violence. They were stupid and turned their guns in. What happens when you get a bunch of people with guns against a bunch of people with rocks?
Yeah, it's well.
What happened on my screen? That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's a bad day for some folks, and I'm just sitting there. I'm like, wait a second. Now I have heard reports from a random Romanian that while undercover in some social justice networks, he found out that some folks were just out there blatantly trolling, just throwing shit out there and seeing what sticks against the wall. And I'm like, wait a second. All I know is if there was a quote unquote undercover quote unquote white supremacist or something like that, that might just be trying to get folks on the left to do a whole bunch of stuff that may lead to their potential downfall. I'm like, I don't know. Would it be something like this? Ooh, berries.
I know I'm cutting the bush down because the bushes need to be trimmed. Giggity.
Well, I mean, some folks like bushes. Some folks prefer trimmed hedges. I like dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Oh, speaking of, I think I have one of my choices for the Humble Bundle as Jurassic World.
I think I've seen some folks play that.
I might actually get it, download it, and start streaming it. Okay.
Do it up. People always like dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs are awesome. Wink. Okay, where am I? I am. Oh, that's Nisney. Okay. The Maranzano's up north. Got it. We're inside kind of just like, fuck, I got a shit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to take a leak.
As everyone utilizes the restroom while I'm playing the game.
Yeah, our bladders freaking synthesized or freaking correlated. I don't know words. They're just I'm tired. Yes, that one.
Yeah. Synchronized. There we go. That's the official one. I'm tired and drinking, so I win. And
Yeah.
Remember, kids, don't get anything from Ubisoft or EA Sports.
I like those franchises at one point.
Now, did you hear EA and Blizzard are starting to run commercials in their games?
I heard that. Is that accurate?
I don't know. I have yet to look it up. I will do so tomorrow, actually, because that sounds like a real good stream for the productions.
Now, these are for free games then?
I don't think so. EA has always had a history of making profit off of games. What free game do you think that they're going to release?
Well, all I know is if you're saying that somebody has to pay for a game and then watch commercials during the game that they paid for.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, well, that sounds like cable TV. You gotta
Right.
pay for it and watch commercials. That's obviously why that business model is lasting then. I was attempting late night sarcasm.
Oh.
Yeah, people have been cutting cable for years. Cable industry has known this for a long time. If you look at anything within the industry, it's like that's why they've made the push for like the over-the-top things. They've known like over-the-top things like Netflix and stuff have been coming. That's why very often if you try to shift any type of package, oh, well, I don't want cable with my internet. Well, why does my bill basically stay the same? Oh, well, it's a packaged bundle. Really? So what you're saying is I'm getting less service, and my bill at some points, depending on location, may actually increase. What type of fucked up shit is that?
I'll tell you what. One of the companies, I was just like, look, I need to go. I can get stuff for free everywhere else. That's basically what you're offering. And then they're like, well, there's a cancellation fee. It's like negative. Like I read over the terms and conditions. That's a month to month. There was no contract.
Well, it's not like people are incentivized to try to get you to pay it because they might make more money themselves.
Right. And, that's one of the points I brought up with him. I was like, look, if you have someone that is angry enough, what makes you think that they're going to pay the bill? A, B, return your equipment, and C, cancellation fee. They could very well put a block on their card right then and there. Be like, anything that comes through from this, block it. That takes hold in 24 hours. So it's like, good luck with your cancellation fee. You're stating it's a contract, but you don't report to any of the credit bureaus. So lick my whole ass, not my asshole.
Well, I mean, that's a point of personal preference right there. But, well, the thing is, dude, it's like, what are you also doing? It's like, you're also pissing off your customers. And that's why one of these companies paid me a whole crap ton of money to go around to those customers that we would piss off. And as soon as they left, say, hi, remember the company that you absolutely were furious at? We'd love to have you back.
Sorry for the wait there. I had to get a refill.
Oh, no worries.
We were having a discussion. But no, it's like, like with different things like Comcast, right? Are they still doing contracts?
Yeah.
I think everyone still probably does contracts and stuff. It depends on which provider you're talking about.
Well, Spectrum doesn't. Charter doesn't. If you're talking wireless carriers, Cricket doesn't.
Yeah, Boost Mobile doesn't either.
T-Mobile doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of companies that have done away with the contracts. It's actually surprising to see other companies stick with them. Because in a when it switched from boomers to like millennials or whatever, millennials tended to spend more money outdoor, on like restaurants and stuff like that, until it got to a point where they're like, no, I just want to get to bed at 8:00 in the evening. Then it's just like, we only pay for the things we want. I will never pay for Netflix ever. I will never pay for Disney ever.
Mm-hmm. No, I wouldn't pay for it.
And it's twofold. One, because the company is corrupt as shit according to my morals. And two, I can watch the shit for free on select sites.
I don't mind tossing them a few bucks to watch something. Like I'll pay for a month of Disney Plus to catch up on Clone Wars and whatever comes out, so I can just kind of binge it all at once. I'll spend them I don't know, what, 10, 15 bucks. I got no problem paying for something if I plan on consuming it.
Hey, you want to spend it? Go right ahead.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much in the same boat with Optimus. I don't like the fact that everything that I like in a movie, Netflix doesn't have. The only last thing they had that I liked was Stranger Things, and that's it. The only decent thing Hulu had was, what's it called? Wayward Pines, and then as far as like everything else, nothing, absolutely nothing. And Disney Plus basically just had The Mandalorian, and because it got so popular, there were a million different free websites you could find it on. You just had to wait about like a week tops, and there you go.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's why I need to get Disney Plus so I can catch up on the Clone Wars and the Mandalorian, pretty much, and then I can cancel it out. Yeah, but speaking of going to bed at 8 o'clock, it's past my bedtime.
Oh, it's all good. If you need to go and call it a night, by all means, do your outro and we'll probably wrap it up in a bit because there isn't too much else. But if you do want to get into a serious talk later on, as far as like the stimulus and this and that, you have to go right ahead. I'm just pulling things out from what I know offhand. If you want raw data, give me some time to actually pull you some data, and I can, by all means, throw it at you, back it up, have like a good, memes stream about it.
Oh, no, totally, man, because this is one of those things that pissed me off. It's like, all right, this is why having a certain libertarian aspect and actually maybe addressing the national debt and stuff is very useful, because the reason why you want to have some liquidity on the government books is just for these exact situations where it's like, I don't know, maybe you get drawn into a war, maybe you get drawn into, I don't know, a natural disaster, a pandemic, something like this. So it's like, oh, well, if we only had like $5 trillion in debt, if we had to print $6 trillion of money to help get folks through it, it's like, all right, we'd be at $11 trillion in national debt, rather than ending the year, we're going to be well over $30 trillion. And it's just going to keep on compounding. But
I get you. The numbers are nuts, and it is a very steep debt that we have, and I blame that on the Federal Reserve.
There's a whole lot of components, a whole lot of moving pieces, like you and Optimus were saying. But no, I appreciate you having me on. I'll talk to both of you gentlemen a bit later, but I need to go hit the hay. So,
all right, you have a good night, man.
All right, have a good night, gentlemen.
I'm gonna drink more and most likely stream a video game.
Oh, definitely. If actually, Optimus, there is one game I do play. Do you play Homefront at all?
Let's see if I have it.
All right, it's in Steam. It's Homefront: The Revolution. That's the one game I'm avidly playing.
Homefront. I have the base game.
Is that the first one or the second?
Probably the first one.
The second one is only about $20, and that's first. It's same system as the first one. It's just a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, I got mine off a Humble Bundle, and I haven't even played it yet, so I don't know if I'm going to pay $20 for the second one.
Okay. Well, the first one's actually got a great story to it, so it's worth the campaign. The second one is only good if you like the first, because the campaign is it's got some nice aspects to it and everything. The one fun thing is you do take towns, but in my opinion, the game is actually drastically short. Because you're supposed to be liberating Boston from communist occupation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a buddy of mine who's known as the devil of the internet, and I play it. We just played it last night, and we had a good old time until like 2 in the morning. Like, my laptop literally got so hot the controller stopped working. It was awesome.
Absolutely.
I played that, and my server is getting into Command & Conquer Remastered, because I've got a couple guys that really love that game series. That's one of my favorites because that's one of my childhood favorites is Command and Conquer. I've been playing that since I was a kid.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with Command and Conquer.
Oh fuck yeah! All right, we definitely need to do a game with that.
Yeah, I mean, I have a shit ton of games. I'll see what I can set up. You know me, the guru of games.
Oh, dude, by all means, if you want to do a game of Command and Conquer, dude, I'm all in. I've got the remastered collection. I've got I believe they call it the initial trilogy or the initial first decade or whatever the hell it was. The only thing that sucks is Tiberium's son does not cooperate with me. Neither does the original Command and Conquer or Red Alert 1. Red Alert 2 works fine. Red Alert 3 works fine. Tiberium Wars and Tiberium Twilight works, although Tiberium Twilight does not exist. Does not fucking exist. I don't care who the hell wants to go and raise their hand. Fuck you. Does not exist. It's bullshit. Heresy.
I don't know anything about that, man. All I know is that I play generally 10% of the games that I own.
Oh,
and I
damn.
play a lot of games. I mean, just on Steam alone, there's on Steam alone 372 games.
Damn, that's a lot. You blew me out of the water with that shit, man. Holy fuck.
That's not including Ubisoft, Uplay, Rockstar. You know, that's not including the other stuff. You know, like fuck, what's the one Fortnite on?
Fortnite is on Xbox. As far as what platform it's on, I don't know.
It's well, I don't even want to compare it to Steam, but it's the platform that allows you to download games as well. Like that platform, there's about 50 games. So, yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I just keep getting keys from people. I put them into a list, and probably soon I'm going to hold a stream and a massive key giveaway.
Oh, hell yeah.
Giggles.
Oh, go for it, man. Dude, that is a great way to get people. What I wound up doing for my fans of Backline is I wound up actually finding a sale on Steam for a World War II first-person shooter called Enemy Front, where you're fighting as a Polish resistance soldier. And it was so cheap, I literally bought everyone in the server a copy of it with the map pack.
Nice.
Oh, it was fucking awesome.
Let's see where this goes. Yeah, okay, stretches this way. Ooh, that lightning in the background, though. That was nice.
Oh, I do like games like this where they do actually have a biosphere that reacts. That is fun as hell.
Oh, yeah. Right now, my character's all wet. Giggity.
Looks like just a regular Russian chick.
And so did Russia. Rain wets you wet rain.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, if you do want up getting any of the Command & Conquer games, by all means, let me know. Yeah, I'd love to play with you. And if you want to do like either a handful of streams where it's like you and me bullshit and drink, playing against each other, or doing like a theme or something, go for it. Because I know the remaster collection, you're able to do mods, and I don't know how to do any mods, but my buddy from Poland and I were actually wanting to see if we can develop our own mods just for shits and giggles. Because to troll a series of people, what I wanted to do is I wanted to actually, between like Homefront, Command and Conquer, and a couple other games, just do like, you remember when people used to do shits and giggles where they would like superimpose different characters over people's faces that they're like fighting in a game just for some jokes and stuff?
Yeah.
I wanted to do some shit like that. Like in Homefront, what I wanted to do is I wanted to go and actually have, since the first-person shooter objective based on it, I wanted to do like a whole little comedy campaign with that, with anyone who would like join in with it. And for Command and Conquer, I wanted to do it because they had the world domination that you could actually do in a couple different versions of it. Like I know in the original Red Alert and Red Alert 2, you actually had world conquest, and then they brought it back in Siberian Wars. I wanted to do something akin to that, just because I thought it was a really cool concept. Hey, why don't we, do a fictitious duel with a series of people where it's, each of us are, fighting for this geographical area in, a Tulpa map, fan fiction map or something. Because, we just thought it was a cool idea, but none of us really knew how to do it because we're Luddites. We don't know any of this computer shit. We're just a bunch of guys who are throwing darts at a board going, these are cool ideas, these are cool ideas, these are cool ideas. Anyone know how to do this? Nope. Sorry, dude. I'm out of darts. I have no idea how to do it. Damn.
Oh shit. More drinks are needed.
Yeah, I'll probably have this one, maybe one more. I think I'm running out of St. Pauli's Girls.
Oh, I mean, you already saw what I was working with, so.
Oh yeah, you've got some good stuff there. I've got to work tomorrow, so I'm keeping it relatively light. But yeah, no, I'm absolutely down for a game of Command and Conquer.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see about putting something together. I can't promise anything, though. I have been increasingly busy lately.
Yeah, that's fine. Just whenever you get the time. I mean, I don't mind coming on your show. You don't mind obviously coming on mine and that. And I'm not going to bother you with all the high tech stuff. I'm swamped with other things I need to get done. Work cycle already starts in a couple hours from now for me. And I'm not going to be able to do anything for about 1 to 2 weeks, roughly, give or take, because I've got car, family stuff, and all this other shit going on. I won't be able to get to it. And after that, maybe. Because I know you're used to everyone bugging you for doing the OBS overlays. I'll definitely give you the plus one for that and such. It's just I can't do anything that super intensive anytime soon.
Well, that was just a few minutes of editing.
Yeah, by all means. I mean, if you want to give me an Idiots 2 guide, I'll definitely take a look at
that. Do this. Right click on this. And go do that. Adjust this to that. Hit OK. There's your Idiot's Guide.
Yeah, that basically be as far as I need you to go for me to understand how to do different stuff. Because I know with the custom imports and stuff like that, I can make different 2D and 3D designs, and I'd get all crazy like, like I'd be slapping different stuff all over the place in that.
See, I'm building up the funds. I'm probably about 2 days away from building up the funds to having someone create me a full-blown 3D, very redonkulously fucking high poly count of my avatar.
Nice.
Like, I want it to look like Optimus Prime in the fucking Michael Bay movies, but only green with added stuff.
I feel you. Yeah, I can still do some of the 3D stuff. I know I lost contact with you for a little while when you wanted me to try and work on your avatar, but anything HD like that's out of my wheelhouse. Like the most I can do is I can do different small scale 3D renders that are a bit. They're not going to be really HD, but they'll be at least adequate to where your character's doing a couple different poses and shit like that. But that stuff, I do not. I haven't for the past 2 years. I haven't had time to do anything like that, just because it's so labor intensive to do that. So if you got somebody that's going to do it for you, do it. Throw the money at them, get it done, because that shit is so time consuming. It's ridiculous. 3D
Oh,
is.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know how to do it, but I'm just so busy I don't have the time to. So it's like, you know what? Someone's making money off of doing it. I throw money at it. I get it done. If anything, I'm going to try to, export everything that I can. frees up more time to make more money,
And I feel yeah, that's why I'm working so much. I don't have spare time to really do much of this stuff,
Well,
even though
see, that's the thing. You're equating your value to time. You're trading time for money, not
yes,
expertise.
true.
Once you get into that real good niche, you can get to a spot to where people's like, why are you charging me $1,000 to do this? You only spent 5 minutes on it. Send me an itemized list.
Hmm.
Then at that point, send me an itemized list. Doing the project, $18. The expertise, 9,801. 900. Fuck, I've been drinking. $981. And that's the thing. It's, people are equating more and more time, trading in time for value. And, the thing is, like, expertise isn't valued anymore. So that's why I switched to a niche, to where I switched to a business I absolutely fucking hate, but I'm absolutely brilliant at.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah, I feel you with the not liking the job. I've got the job I have because it's essential. It pays the bills. I don't have a problem doing it.
well, no, I have a job on top of it.
Oh,
So-
that's you're going from yes, yeah. You're doing two jobs at the same time. Yeah, that's mega fucking stressful.
And well, the thing is, I learned how to automate my business.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me that before. That's awesome. I forgot about that for a good second.
Yeah, so I literally just spend 30 minutes a day looking at numbers, verifying them, and then sending out reports. That's for my business. Now, for my day job, I talk to people on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's an additional sort of income. That's security right there. Because if you start a business and think that you're going to have it all the way through, you might as well stop right now.
Oh yeah, businesses are not easy to run. That's why
Right.
I've just got the basic stuff here, and I've got the handful of props that I want up getting here and there. Because as much fun as doing this is, the whole backline, the tulpa, possibly developing video games, possibly developing a tabletop, possibly developing whatever else. Yeah, an actual business based on this is don't even fucking. Oh God.
So then here's the question, because you're talking business with this stuff. What is your plan to net return? How are you going to get the net return? In what aspect are you going to get your net return?
Oh hell, with all of this stuff, there's no return at all. To actually
Then
potentially doing such a thing, there would have to be an actual, like, I'd have to do kind of what you're doing, or it's you have to do what you need to do to make the money, and then you find the niche where you can work on what you want to do and actually refine it to be a well-oiled machine so that you can make some form of money off it.
But the thing is, it's fine to be able to do that, but you don't even have a plan moving forward to make money off of it in the future. That's where your first mistake is. You're launching into all these great ideas and everything, but the fact of the matter is you're not looking at the end goal.
No, not at all. Because I never really figured that this would be too much of a bigger thing. This wound up literally starting as a fun side project and it evolved gradually into its own thing. And then it eventually wound up being, is it something?
So then say it's a side thing instead of planning to go through with it as a business. Because if you plan to go through it as a business, the first thing an investor is going to tell you is, what's the end goal? How are you going to make money from this? What net return am I going to see from this if I invest in you?
Give me 1 sec real quick.
Okay. Remember, kiddos, if you plan on starting a business, have your plan ready beforehand. If you don't have a plan ready beforehand, as much as I hate to say this, don't bounce ideas off your friends. Get someone who's been in a business for at least 6 months. They can give you sort of like the groundwork. But overall, if you can do it, if you can get in good with a professional and learn from them, you might have to eat dirt and do stuff for them in order to even learn. But look at the end goal. That's where you're really going to make your money from. If you look at that end goal, that eating a shit sandwich isn't going to seem so bad because you're making your way to the top. And that in itself is the foundation of the American dream. You get to where you want to be by busting your ass. Period. You bust your ass so much, you become an expert in one thing. Just one thing will do it. Then you exploit that expertise out for as much money as you can, and you provide quality work. Nowadays, people are considering themselves a jack of all trades, and they wonder why they're $80,000 in debt because they went to college that taught them nothing. An example, general contractor. You don't need college to do that. What you need to look into is a trade school. You need to get on a general contractor's team. Yeah, you're going to eat shit for a few months, maybe a few years while learning. But after that, you build up the money to take the test yourself. You become a general contractor. Now, from all the clients that you've had with that general contractor you trained with, they know you. You have a clientele base, potentially. At the very least, you have word of mouth. That starts up your business. You might be contracted to do electrical or plumbing or construction. But the fact of the matter is you run your own business, so you get to charge whatever you like for the quality of service you provide. And I'm running out of things to say because Burnside's taking way too fucking long. Oh boy. And I don't even know what this is being streamed on either. Is it YouTube? All this newfangled technology. Haha, that's a joke. Let's see here. So apparently, Sargon and Lauren Southern joined war on the Patreon. Yeah, and in my experience, a lot of, how can I put this nicely? A lot of progressive people you tend to utilize Patreon for that sympathy money. And so it could take the money out of their pockets. So I don't know where this is being streamed on. Where is it streaming at? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, several watching. Okay, I got the chat up. What's going on? Yes. Let's see, what time was that done? Let's show timestamps. 2:02. Adamantine, how's it going? Burnside is currently furiously masturbating. Let's see here. Oh, wow. That like to dislike ratio. Oh, my. That's cool. To you? Well, what do you mean to you? Oh, yeah. Sorry, took a moment to click. Yeah, he's probably fiercely masturbating to you. Oh no, did I just take over the stream? I think I did. Okay, rule 1, kids. Don't do that. That is a long description. So how have you been, Adamantine? I haven't listened or talked to you in a while. Oh, here he comes. So I just made it clear to Adamantine that you were furiously masturbating to him. So
You did what?
you were furiously masturbating. So Adamantine said it was to him, and I confirmed it. Confirmed it here on the show. You were furiously masturbating to Adamantine. It's done. Hey,
yeah.
you move your feet, you lose your seat. I took over for the time you were away.
Hey, it's fine. Yeah, I see where that popped up there. That's. No, I'm gonna laugh at that for days. By all means, it's entertain that son of a bitch. I'd go for like. Oh my god. So let me get this straight. Him and his merry band of misfits are still trying to bother me, and they're actually wishing for me to still masturbate to them and all things of that deranged, sodomous nature.
Wait, what? He just blew you a kiss.
Okay.
So.
Long story short. Guy just mentioned this guy's had an obsession with me for God knows how long, and I've never given him the time of day. But apparently, in my absence, when I'm getting a beer and saying my hellos and everything, getting my tea, this guy decides to show up, and he's just like, desperately leeching for my attention when I'm not here, and you just decide to fuck with him, and he's just like, yes. Oh my god.
Well, to be honest, I am Optimus Christ.
I know. That's why I'm not going to fault you for being a dick. It's your comedy. You're not trying to be a prick. I'm okay with it. I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, you're not fucking with me. This guy actually showed up and this and that and the other. I went and checked notes, and it's just like,
hey, you know what? There's a few guys that masturbate to me too. I'm not going to hold it against them. Hell, I'm not even going to hold it. But don't you know you're supposed to swallow, not spit?
you're a bastard. That's hysterical.
As he completely ruins his setup.
Oh.
See, those are the unforetold consequences you don't hear about when you spit instead of swallow.
Absolutely hysterical. No, it's just. No, I'll give you the long story short on this, funny, because I've wanted nothing to do with him and the rest of these lunatics for at least a good solid 2 years. Literally a good solid 2 years. These people have been avidly internet stalking me, and I've literally sat there and laughed, gotten very drunk, and I've gone through episodes of disassembling that AK and playing industrial music and slapping it together. And people have lost their fucking minds. It's the most hysterical shit ever, Optimus. I kid you not.
I don't even know what the history is behind that.
You don't want to know. It's very gay. It's very lame. It's very stupid. And you'd sit there and you'd go, seriously? Are you fucking kidding me? And I go, I'm not
Dude,
kidding.
just play into it. Adamantine masturbates to me on a daily basis.
Oh, I don't mind playing into the joke because it only makes it better. They just tend to turn their own sadistic natures against themselves. And they don't like that. And I don't care.
See, that's the thing. If Adamantine is expecting to get down my pants, he's buying me dinner.
Oh, yeah, no, he's not getting down mine either. No. That's where you and me are in agreement with this, because you and me are a pair of deranged comedians, but we know where to draw the line. That's why I get along with you. The rest of these people don't. They literally, for the past 2 years, decided that they're just going to throw the kitchen sink and then some at the whole lot of it. Like, people need to get along.
I think people tend to get along with me because I somehow manage to sidestep every drama shot aimed at people around me, and it never seems to hit me.
Thankfully, you do, because you are, for the most part, a decent guy. It's just that, regrettably, there's been like a couple people in association and this and that ruin that for you, and they ruin it for me as well. And shit happens in general. So
The thing is, if whoever I'm talking to makes someone else butthurt, then should I be talking to them in the first place? Like the people who are butthurt.
Yeah, that's why I'm not talking to this guy right now. For that exact reason. Yeah.
Right. So, like, if I'm talking to someone and someone else is butthurt, and they're like, you can't talk to that person anymore, it's like, well, I don't need to talk to you then. If people can't judge me based on my character and how I do things myself, then I don't need them.
Shit, dude. By all means. That's why that's why I have a small circle of people that I actually stream with, because I've had enough of the dramatics. I've had enough of this and that and the other. I didn't come to quote Bunkervok, Thor's hammer. We didn't come here to make friends.
I'll tell you what, though, I was taking a look at that like to dislike ratio, and I was like, damn, I wish I could get that type of views on my fucking.
I've looked at it here and there, and it's actually quite hysterical. That's comically enough why the reason I'm addressing it is you made a good joke on it, and I like that you rolled with it. Even though, like, it's my expense or whatever. All in good fun. I don't give a shit. And the fact this one of these fuckers is still sitting there like, what I've been detached from this, and I'm going to continue to be attached from this, because even though, like we were discussing earlier, Backline does not have a business angle of it. It initially started because it didn't plan to, but it's kind of been developing into that corner. I'm not going to give the rest of the hearsay none such any credence if I've got more productive things to talk about and do, as we've discussed,
Yeah. And I think video games and business aspects are like my go-to.
Oh yeah,
OBS is just a close third. And you've already seen me work OBS, so I mean, what does that tell you about my first two?
Oh yeah, you do amazing work with OBS. One of these weekends, when I can actually sit down and do some of my actual 3D work, or even some of my general 2D graphics work and stuff, put it into After Effects and render it out as a basic PNG sequence or something, by all means, yeah, we'll definitely sit there, we'll finagle it, we'll do something. It's just that for almost about a month from now, I'm going to be busy with so much shit. Like, there's even shit today I didn't get done.
Adamantium's sad because you're not inviting him on.
Oh, boo, fuck. Let him be sad. I don't care.
Adamantine, as long as you're about video games, I might invite you on my stream because that's all it's about is video games. That's the thing. If I do a stream and it's based on video games, I don't entertain any politics. I don't entertain any drama at all. It's like, so did you hear about this? Insert politic here. No, I didn't. But I did hear about this game, so fucking stay focused on it.
Fair enough, counterpoint. Hey.
It's like there's a time and place for everything. If I was going to do politics stuff, then I do politics stuff. That's what I go on other people's channels for.
I get you. Yeah, that's why we do a bit of a mix here, is over a couple different...
Night, Adamantine. That's the thing. You got to pay attention to the chat, man. Be active. You know, you got to see. The thing is, like, you know, it's like you claim that he's a stalker and everything, but it's like, you know, you want to get more subs, you want to get more fans, you want to get people looking, having eyes on the stuff that you do. Gotta be.
You have a point, but not that motherfucker, and not the other.
If someone wants to lick your butthole, you can be like, lick my whole ass, not just my asshole. Okay, and I'm sure they will be happy to accommodate you.
I'm sure they would, and I like that because especially you introed yourself with that.
No, it's any move that I make, I consider it as a business move. So
nice. I move strategically as needed. So I move from one thing to another on an as needed basis. And as far as like general people in association and this and that and so on, I'm going to stick with people that aren't going to be a bunch of wanton and psychotic degenerates, and I can do something productive, like you. I can do a lot of productive shit with you. You haven't been around because you've been busy and this and that. It's not here or there. You had shit to do. Not your fault, not mine. It is what it is. So you don't mind keeping you around. Me. I can do productive shit with him. I keep him around for here and there, you know, and vice versa. You know, and me get busy here and there, like you were saying earlier. I passed out. Sorry, I missed it. You know, just comically enough, I shouted Yuden and Dragon and Yuden Dragon enough times. Beetlejuice, there appears. You know, same with Scoob and Terror and everyone else. There's an objective. There's something productive that can be gained, or there's something productive that can be done. And so long as some productivity can be done, I'm going to continue within the association. Whereas, you know, like him and some of these other people, you know, fucking Mr. I want you to meet me on. No. Nothing productive there from the cult of personality that it stems from. Definitely nothing productive has come forth from it. So it's a spoiled fruit that shall not be touched.
did you say spoiled or soiled?
Spoiled. Possibly soiled too, but spoiled indefinitely.
The spoiled truth. That's to me, that's an oxymoron, because if it's a truth, like if it's factually correct and factually truth, it never.
No, not truth. I said fruit. Fruit, not truth. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, fruit.
That's on me then. That's on me.
It's okay. Hey, I'm working with, so this thing isn't always accurate.
Well, I lost hearing in my right eye about a few hours ago, so. Uh-oh, serious face. What are you doing? Your face just changed like, uh-oh, serious face.
I was expecting to have to give an actual whole explanation as far as fruit and not truth, but you caught on close enough. So all right, good. I don't have to give the explanation.
Right.
I said one or two other people just bullshitting with me in Discord anyways. Oh, yeah, I'm still here, guys. What's up? You know. Yeah, because it's funny enough. That's the one reason why memes likes coming on as well. Because the irony is, I don't do this very often. I don't usually have the time to do it. Within the time I've ducked in and out of here, not just to grab beer, but for all the other stuff going on, it's been very regular. And that means that I don't do this very professionally at all. And I don't do it regular enough where I have a constant program in that. But despite all of those obvious flaws that you should not do if you're going to start doing this on a relatively serious basis, it's still gone around these hate views where people are like, downvote, 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 don't like, don't do. And it's like, okay, proceed. Means I've got to be doing something.
See, that's the thing. You're going to have people that thumbs up, and you're going to have people that thumbs down. If at all, you recognize that you're trying to convince the people around them. Because look at it in perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some person thinks of your stream as completely ironic, and they want to get their friends in to try and join and poke fun at you, right? Well, if what you're saying strikes a chord with them, who knows? At that point, they might be like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Poke fun at him. He's having some legit points. You're not trying to convince the person that gave you the thumbs down already. You're trying to convince the person that just came in to watch.
Exactly. Yeah, you cannot break bread with people that want to kill you. Simple as that.
I'm taking a look at Twitter right now. I mean, Twitter.
The twatter. That's what I've always called it. I've always called it the twatter.
Oh boy. Oh, someone's treading on my video games.
Uh-oh. Yeah. What Command and Conquer is your favorite that you play? Just out of curiosity.
To be honest, I only played the first one.
You've only wait, which one? Siberian Dawn or Red Alert?
Red Alert.
Oh, got the fucking man. Either of those, just so you knew, was a good answer because those are fucking good. Red Alert.
Well, see, my ex-friend, he turned me on to it after we got into the whole StarCraft thing. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, I'm liking this. Has the same type of feel to it. Cool. Storyline wasn't bad either.
Yeah, if you like StarCraft, you'll love Command and Conquer because Command and Conquer came before StarCraft. StarCraft based a lot of their systems on Command and Conquer.
Right. And I know that now. You know, like I knew that a few years back. But like I'm talking, I played Command and Conquer when it first came out.
Oh, dude. I did the same thing for Tiberium Sun because I was born in 90, and I just started playing when I got about between 9 and 10 years old.
Let's see here.
Yeah, if you're ever up for a game of Red Alert, though, by all means. Although, unless
You know how much time I'm going to have to spend into relearning the controls and the tactics and everything.
you'll be. Red Alert is a fairly easy game to get your bearings on.
No, you don't understand. When it comes to video games, I have to be, you're the best around. No one's ever going to keep you down. Yeah.
Okay, I get you there. You're being serious. That's fine.
It's like let me have like 3 good serious ass whooping games. Then it's like okay, now I can fuck around.
Take your time, because I just got into a good hard swing of it when I was facing the hard computer one-on-one. And what I basically discovered is, hey, it still has the same flaws. Let me take out a couple bridges and see what happens. And I was able to gradually nuke my computer opponent into oblivion. Whereas if it was a real person, I'd be in some serious trouble.
You took your time with it, and the computer didn't advance. While other opponents, they would be like, "Well, fuck this! I'm gonna find a way to advance."
Exactly. Yeah,
They're talking about politics and video games. I'm gonna have to do something about this.
I don't mind intermingling between one or the two. The only reason I go with the two is because I can go from one to the other and not really give a shit. It is a good thing to keep both of them separate, because nowadays it is a bit of a problem, because like if you're familiar with Warhammer, there's actually been an email campaign going through there
Oh,
because
dude!
they let politics
I,
into it, and everyone's pissed.
So Dawn of War, I have all the expansions and everything.
Hmm.
As a matter of fact, I'm considering playing it right now.
Oh shit! If you've got, hold on, let me pop up Steam real quick so I can see which one I have, because I might actually be able to play a game if we can get it rolling.
Really? Because here, hold on a second.
Yeah, hold on. It's updating right now. Let me check.
I'll need to close out DayZ.
Because I have Dawn of War 1, and I think I have the full version.
The moment when you are dead on the screen pops up, but it doesn't let you close out the program. So I have Dawn of War, Game of the Year Edition, Dark Crusade, Soulstorm, and Winter Assault.
I have Soulstorm. I definitely know I've got that offhand.
Well, let me go ahead and install this real quick. You have Soulstorm?
Yes.
Do you have Dark Crusade or Winter Assault?
Let's see, I have Dawn of War Game of the Year Edition, Dawn of War Dark Crusade, Dawn of War Soulstorm, Dawn of War Winter Assault, and yeah, that's all I have for Dawn of War. I've got all of those.
Nice. I'm downloading them now.
Okay.
Get your ass ready to be beat by a Necron.
Oh, you love playing as the Necrons? Oh, nice. That's a campaign I started.
Dude, playing against the Necron is so fucking time consuming.
Oh, yeah, because they start off with free infantry. That's the thing that gets everyone with Necrons. Warriors are free. That's why when you play the campaign, if you can turtle, you can win as the Necrons, because you can just exhaust all your resources and just crank out high tier warriors and just piss everyone off.
Absolutely.
Yeah, do that to a space marine and you will just make them rage quit.
Space Marines, I get bolt casters and I just have them plant like human fucking turrets. And I inch up, bit by bit each step, because they have to be stopped in order to load up the bolt casters.
You mean the heavy bolters?
The heavy bolters, yeah.
Yeah, the heavy bolters, they do take a second, because they actually calibrate, they take into consideration the fact that the minigun has to spin first before it fires.
Right. Game of the Year Edition completed downloading. Soulstorm is now downloading. This will all get done in about 5 minutes.
All right, cool.
Do you have yours loaded up?
Oh yeah, I've got it loaded on Steam. I do need to give you my Steam
think-
profile. So give me 1 second.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, if anything, shit, while we're at it, I mean, we could stream us playing Steam for a little while.
Yeah, once I start it up, I can totally well, I can't screen share because then you'll know all my positions.
Oh shit, I wouldn't mind if we're both playing the game and I just screen share whatever's going on. That's fine. Just give me 1 second. I gotta take a leak. I don't know if I got any more St. Pauli's left.
Okay.
Okay, there's the Steam ID. Not the first one, the second one, because I made a serious typo.
Oh shit! Apparently, my own connection knocked me off. Uh, bu- 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 Bam. 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 Damn it! It's not bringing him up. Oh, okay. All right, let's see what. So, how's everyone doing?
Okay.
Oh, Dick
Gotcha.
Cheese, dude, your microphone is like screaming Banshee on her period while clawing at a cat against my ears.
Yeah, sorry about that. The problem that I have is the regular headset that I have. I was testing it with you earlier and it wasn't working. So this is the only alternative I have, and the other one that I have is basically the same as this, but cheaper quality.
Right. So I sent you an invite.
All right, let me see. And did you send it in Discord or did you send it in Steam?
No, Steam.
All right, friends list. And I have added you. Confirm. All right, there we go. I see you playing Daisy.
I shouldn't be playing Daisy. Oh, you know what? That's the launcher. Let me close that out.
All right. All right, now which one are we doing? Soulstorm, Winter Assault, what are we doing?
I'm thinking Dark Crusade.
All right, sure.
Wait, which one has every single race? Is it Soulstorm or Dark Crusade?
Soulstorm. Soulstorm has every single race.
Okay, so then Soulstorm it is.
Yeah. Yeah, because Soulstorm has all the races. Dark Crusade is missing the Tau.
Let's take a look at all the games that you got. Your profile's only level 4.
Oh yeah,
Need to work on that. Need to work on that.
yeah. When I eventually get the off time to level up on my games.
So, what do you plan on playing as?
If I told you, then you would be able to actually make a successful strategy against me as the Necrons.
Well, you're under the impression that I can't adapt at a moment's notice.
Oh, I'm sure you can after you figure out what I'm playing as.
Are you playing as Dwarf?
I'm gonna go ahead and play as the orcs because the orcs are fucking dumb. The orcs are fucking hysterical just because of the way that they fucking talk.
That and plus they're blitzers too.
Oh yeah. All right. So, are you gonna send me an invite to play Soulstorm, or how are we gonna do this?
Well, since we're friends on Steam, it's been a while since I played Dawn of War, so I'm assuming that it's undergoing the whole like going off the Steam friends list or whatnot. Go ahead and start up Soulstorm, and then when I start it up.
All right. Here, let me screen share then, so I can, in essence, show the whole process, so that we can, kind of entertain people. All right.
Right.
All right. Starting Soulstorm. Why is I doing all the C++ stuff? I already did this.
Wrath Peace reviewed this game. Enemies of the Imperium know this. You have come here to die. That's his review. That's actually community guide. What really happened in Soulstorm campaign? Win 1 battle, lose 3 billion soldiers.
Let me give this a second to load, and I'll see if I can get this to work here. Okay, so you're in Dawn of War. 1 second. All right, now how do I actually fight this?
I'm doing a graphics test on mine.
All right.
I keep forgetting that these were originally meant for like old CRT monitors.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely meant.
So 1920 by 1080 isn't going to cut it because your top is going to be fucking cut off. Okay, here we go.
All right, go to online, and then look for a game that says Optimus Join.
Okay.
This is how my last buddy and I do this. And I in the Steam message sends you the password.
Yep. Did you just call me a dick?
I did.
Existing profiles. Do that. Multiplayer. No. Online. You're the Imperial Guard.
Mm-hmm.
Imperial Guard. You know what?
Now, is this actually, like as I'm streaming, is this actually showing up on the video?
Yeah, it's actually showing up. Yeah.
Okay, good. Awesome. This will be fun.
So
Right.
you're going as Imperial Guard. I will go as a random race.
All right. Sounds like fun. All right. Do you like the map, or you want a different map?
Yeah, I can do it that map. That's fine.
Okay, and the current
Destroy
objective.
HQ. Take away the game timer.
Okay, get rid of the game timer. Got it. Anything else?
What options are there?
Annihilate. Annihilate all enemies by destroying all his base buildings capable of unit production.
Ooh. Let's go with that one.
All right. Then there's assassinate. I would go away from assassinate because more often than not, that ends the game really quickly because all you have to do is eliminate the leader.
Yeah, no, keep that off.
Okay. Control area. Capture and hold over 66%.
Leave that off.
Okay. Economic victory.
Wait, Annihilate and Destroy HQ is going to go against each other.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay, you just want to annihilate?
You know what? Take Annihilate off. If we're just going to destroy HQ, at least we'll have an idea. All right, you know that should be good.
All right, let's start.
All right.
Oh shit! How do we enable
Here we
game?
go. Check mark. Green button.
Oh,
there you go.
Thank you.
All right, let's see what I am.
All right.
Oh,
What are you? Are you the orcs?
I am.
We are now playing as a trope.
That's just wrong.
Oh god, this is gonna be great. Oh. Oh, this will be fun. You know how many times the orcs and the Imperial Guard actually fight? It's like all the time.
What?
All right, let's see how.
Yep.
I just find this funny because the Guard and the orcs fight on a daily basis. So I find it very funny that that's what you and I are playing as.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, we may as well have been Chaos versus Space Marines. That's like how comically common both those factions fight all the time. Oh,
The moment where I actually have to use the arrow keys to move the screen around because it's not fast enough for me.
bummer. Let's see what.
Okay. Did you do your little whole bombardment shit on me?
Nah, I just did the regular scan.
Okay.
This is gonna be an interesting thing
And I like how every single shop or every single building is a turret.
Oh yeah, you get all sorts of fun little perks when you play as an orc.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wait until you actually get your wide power. You're gonna have a field.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
Damn. Those are the heavy bolters. Okay. Okay, I see you.
I've been around the block a few times. Oh, you're trying.
What?
No, you're trying.
See, how well do you have this defended?
I've tried to dump a good chunk into it.
I was wondering.
I mean, you got something so close. Of course, I'm going to go ahead and harass
Don't think so. Ooh. What is your range? This
Very
is your
good.
range. Okay. You play a very sneaky game.
Oh, bad tech priest. Tech priest was not being very intelligent. I did not command him to charge right at you, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, this is a great idea." And I'm just like, "What the fuck are you doing, tech priest?"
What are you hoping for?
And I wanted to see what your defenses were going to be.
Nice.
Thank you. Oh, now you're trying to make mech boys. Yeah, a little bit of a late start if you're going to be making mech boys.
Well, the thing is, I'm so used to playing Space Marines. Now I think I got it.
Yeah, Space Marines are completely different.
That was bound to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay. Oh, you know what would help if I fortify the HQ?
What help?
You might win this one. Yeah, finish that shit off. That was ridiculous. Oh, I am incredibly rusty with the orcs. That's my loss. Well, in retrospect, Achille Khan is a fucking tough son of a bitch.
Oh, it is. But you can't beat it if you got the strategy. Now you get your
Oh, damn. Okay. I think we need a bigger map.
Oh, bigger map. Oh,
Well,
Not bad.
Congrats, dude.
Thank you.
All right.
Now you want to do one more map?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or oh, all right. It should be the same name, same password.
Okay.
Space Marines.
Huh?
Hey, you're playing as the Space Marines.
Oh, yeah.
All right, ready whenever you are.
Hold on. There you go. There we go. I'm good. Okay. Go, 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 go.
Oh, I guess I actually have to button next to it on my top player.
All right.
Best of luck. Let's see how this goes.
Thank you. Oh, ready? Shit.
Oh, I didn't expect this to be right next door to each other. Shit, that's a problem.
Fuck, I thought I'd have at least more time. Fucking hell, dude.
I did not expect for you to literally be right next to me.
Shit, and you just cruised over with the intention of checking out to get the other side, didn't you?
Yeah, I literally didn't expect you to be over there because I was going to go get the other relic. Just so happened to have your base there.
Shit. I couldn't even get a proper. Fuck. Nice job.
I literally didn't expect you to be right next to me. I was hoping you were on the other end of the map. Here, do you want me to back off here for a bit so you can move to the other end of the map or something?
Yeah, I mean that'd be appreciated. I mean, I don't even have enough. Oh, fuck me. That's the thing. I don't even think I have the option to move the base over as of right now. I'd have to build a totally different one. You already got me at a disadvantage.
You got the other two objectives next to you that you can take.
Yeah, I'm. That's the thing. I don't even have a remote enough power to fucking. Here we go. Repair this. Repair that. I'm assuming you're keeping a relic over there, right?
Yeah. over there? All right,
What?
a couple things.
Hey, look, I'm not taking any aggressive, because I'm assuming there's a ceasefire going on, right?
Yes, there is definitely a ceasefire.
Okay. I just want to get that taken care of before we started.
No, I've pulled back my infantry to my base. I just got curious and was like, all right, let's see if he's actually successful. I think the relic's thankfully out of firing range, so I'm not gonna.
Right. I'm intentionally keeping away things from out of that area.
Okay, cool.
Shit. That attack left me with like nothing generating.
Oh, Jesus.
What's that?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, the general infantry I had at you. I only really made more when you started fighting back.
How are you building so quickly?
I've learned to get this game. I've gotten a lot of practice in team. And if you upgrade your listening posts, you'll get more income, even if you only have a small hand.
Right. I mean, I've upgraded them to the point that I can right now.
Now, if you go across the cavern to the other end of the map, there's more listening posts you can take over.
Right. Yeah, I've done that.
As I do best. Space. All right. Did you establish your HQ on the other end of the map?
That?
Did you establish your HQ on the other end of the map?
Yep.
All right. So if I take that base out, you're not going to wind up leaving the game. Like you're not going to.
Already did.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
Already? Shit.
No, I'm just going to get that base over there just so I can take the territory. Oh, that guy was in range. All right, let me move him then.
Yeah, you had way much more time than I did. Shit. Nice building the choke point like that.
Thank you.
That loss is on me. Oh, fuck. And here I thought that was the weakest race in the game.
It's all in how you play. It is when people play hard and everyone underestimates.
No, no, no. God damn it.
Bane Blade?
Huh?
What, the Bane Blade?
Sure, what the hell. Damn. Yeah, you definitely had me at a disadvantage. Like right off the bat. Like, I'm going to capture all these. Oh shit, you're over here. I'm going to fuck you up.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to strike.
Nah, it's okay. I didn't do what was necessary, so I take that L.
I'm probably going to call.
All right. In the meantime, I'm going to refine my skills.
Please do.
And next time, when we're not tired and yeah, we'll get stuff done.
Definitely.
Refine.
I'm going to go end the stream. If you want to
Okay.
before I click the button. All right. Well, on that note, everyone, thank you very much for watching. I don't know, should we try and do this on a regular thing? Just play against each other in games or something? Yeah, we'll figure it out. Have a good night, everyone. And broadcast.